Okay, can I have your attention, everybody, please? My apologies for the delay. I think everything has been sorted out now. Okay, can you just give me 1 second, please? I know I am just being difficult. Got a couple of announcements to make before we start. Can I remind members to speak up, talk into microphones so everyone can hear what everything is being said, please? The live stream is back on, so there'll be an electronic recording of the meeting. And for those of you who have asked already, we're going to look into the parking fine situation. I know some of you will be here for longer than the 3 hours. We are going to try and waive everything, so just have to bear with us on that one. We will just go straight into the planning officer, please, to get on with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the construction, operation and decommissioning of an anaerobic digestion facility. As a way of an update, since the update sheet that was circulated last Friday, the Council has received 2 further objection comments from Evenley Parish Council and Brackley Town Council expressing concerns of the proposal causing increasing impact to the highway network, as well as impact from odour from the sludge camps. The matter has been addressed in the committee report, which through conditions and mitigation, officers consider that adverse impact would not be caused. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's fine. The site is situated to the west of the A43 and north of the B4031 within the open countryside and forms agricultural land. The village of Evenley, which is east of the site, and the village of Crowton, which is towards the northwest of the site, are approximately 1.2 miles from the site. RAF Crowton lies to the west of the site, and the closest residential dwellings lie to the south of the site, known as Barleymow Farm. Just for clarification, although the location plan on the left shows a wider site area, which is outlined in blue, this demonstrates land ownership of the applicant and not the development site, which is indicated by the red outline. Next slide, please. Thank you. The proposed development has been designed with the intentions of locating the digestion tanks, operational buildings and structures away from the nearest properties at Barleymow Farm, thereby siting it near the western boundary, circa 450 metres away. Opposite the digestion tanks are the 3 sludge clamps with the swale located to the south of it. The operational buildings, for instance, the straw chicken and separator buildings, are located to the north of the tanks and sludge camps, as well as the associated infrastructure. Beyond the operational buildings and to the furthest part of the site are 3 lagoons. A bund is proposed along the northern, eastern and southern perimeters of the site, and in addition, landscaping is proposed around the perimeter of the site, including the strip of land north of Barleymow Farm, to facilitate screening of the development. The image to the right shows clearly the bunds shown in orange color. The plan also depicts where the ground levels would be reduced, which is shown in blue. The soil that would be extracted would be used to create the bunds. Details of the proposed structures can be found at paragraph 2.5 of the committee report. Next slide, please. However, for visual aid, the next few slides will provide elevations of the main structures. The digester tanks with digester tank with dome will be the highest structure of the proposed development with a height of 16.5 meters and a diameter of 33.7 meters. The other two tanks will be a height of 9 meters with a 45 meters in diameter. Next slide, please. The chicken building would be the highest buildings out of the operational buildings with a height of 13 meters and a width of 29.3 meters. Next slide, please. The straw building will be a height of 9.1 meters and a width of 43.7 meters. Next slide, please. The separator building would be a height of 8.9 meters and a width of 20 meters. Next slide, please. The office building would be 2 stories with a height of 6.7 meters. Next slide, please. A similar proposal on the site was refused by Strategic Planning Committee, contrary to officer recommendation on the 11th of December 2023, due to the scale, height, and mass not minimizing the adverse impacts on people and the natural environment, resulting in an unacceptable impact on the landscape character of the surrounding area. The current scheme has therefore been submitted in an attempt to address the reasons for refusal, which is the previous scheme is shown on the left, and the current scheme is shown on the right. Details of the amendments can be found at paragraph 2.14 of the committee report. However, in short, it can be noted that the layout of the refused scheme is spread out, taking up most of the site area, whereas the current scheme is more compact and has a reduced number of digester tanks. There is also more green space compared to the refused scheme. Next slide, please. To provide some perspective on the amendments, the section plan illustrates the refused scheme depicted by the red dash compared to the current scheme. It can be seen from the plan that the current scheme is less noticeable than the previous scheme by virtue of its layout scale, massing, and height, as well as additional planting. Officers are therefore of the view that the current scheme is a visual improvement compared to the previous scheme. Next slide, please. To provide further visual aids and context of the landscape mitigation, the next few slides will show a photo montage of the key viewpoints. This is an existing viewpoint from the B Road where the new site access would be constructed. You can see along the western boundary that there is established hedgerow and trees, whereas along the B Road is not as established. Next slide, please. This montage shows the site access at year one of the landscape mitigation. You can see along the western boundary, the access follows it into the main development, which is further into the site. And the dome, you can see the dome to the left and the chicken building on the right, with the bunding in front of it. Next slide, please. This shows the landscaping at year 15 when it's matured and established. And as you can see from it, it has the presence of the development is less noticeable from the B road. Next slide, please. This shows that the site is towards the left of the screen where the established hedgerow and trees are. This shows it as existing from the public right of way known as AK9, which is north of the site. Next slide, please. So this picture you can see at year one of the landscape mitigation, and you can partially see the chicken building, and then a bit further on is the digester tank with the dome, which is 16.5 meters in height. Next slide, please. This photo montage shows the landscaping at year 15, which is similar to year one. Next slide, please. In this photo montage, the barley mow properties are to the right of the screen, and to the left is the western boundary of the site. This gives you a view of how it looks from the public right of way. Next slide, please. No, it's just two more. And then, yeah, that's it. That's the 15 and then conclusion.
Is that the next one?
Yeah, and then you just got year 15 and then that's it.
Do you remember?
I'll just bring it out there. No, there's one more after this. Oh. So this is the landscaping at year 1. From this distance, you can see the site access along the western boundary and the development further on into the site. It gives a perspective of what the views will somewhat look from the properties at Barleymoor Farm. Next slide, please. And then this is at year 15 when the landscape has matured and established and provides screening to the development. So to conclude, local and national policies attribute significant positive weight to renewable energy schemes in a bid to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2030 and to ensure ongoing energy security and decarbonisation by 2030, which the proposed development aligns with. The previous scheme, which is similar to the current scheme, was refused due to unacceptable impact on the surrounding landscape character, but all other planning material considerations were found to be acceptable, albeit moderate to significant harm. Visual harm was found to occur to the residential community of the properties at Barleymoor Farm until at year 15, where the landscaping mitigation would mature and establish to a degree of minor impact. This would still be the case with the current scheme. However, officers have given due consideration to this application as a whole and on balance considered that the proposed development addresses the previous reason for refusal and by and large complies with local and national policies subject to conditions and Section 106 agreement. Subsequently, it is recommended that plan permission is granted subject to the conditions set out in the committee report as well as the update sheet and completion of the Section 106 agreement to secure ecological enhancements for birds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sonny. Are there any questions from the committee? Oh, Councillor Pipes.
How many HGVs will be trundling through the village of Crowton?
I'll pass over to our highways colleagues to answer that.
Sorry, technology. There's predicted to be 134 HGVs a day, which are capped. However, movements in and out of the site are restricted, so they can only turn right into the site when they come from the A43 and left out back towards the A43. They're not directed through Crowton. So there's no additional trips through Crowton in terms of HGVs because of the traffic management signage and management documents that are required.
There'll be no vehicles going through Crowton?
No HGV, no additional HGVs.
Yeah, no HGVs through Crowton.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? Councillor Bicknell.
Question for the officer. I thought there was a 3.5 or highways. I thought there was currently a 3.5 ton limit through Crowton anyway. Is that not true or not?
No, that's correct.
So no lorries plus no lorries, yeah?
Correct. Yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor Manners.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask Julie on the environmental health, please. What assurances can you give the residents of Evenley that the odours, particularly the chicken, and I note that the chicken shed has actually increased in size and in height, the odours with the prevailing wind, that the village will not be impacted?
Okay, right, hold on, let me get a bit closer. Right, for starters, Evenley is significant distance away. I'll start again. Okay, so Evenley, the actual village of Evenley is significant distance away, and all of the odour, can you still hear me? It's 1 kilometre. So all of the actual odour assessments have been undertaken with regards to the small, so you've got Barleymow Farm and the residential properties that are basically just a few metres away. So the odour assessments have been undertaken with those properties rather than at Evenley. And this is solely to make sure that even those very, very close residents are not affected. But Evenley has been considered, but it hasn't been modelled on the basis that the residents that are right next to the plant are not actually going to be affected. So the kilometre away certainly won't be.
When we were at the site meeting, Chair, we asked for some benchmark information to assure us that within a kilometre, which I consider to be quite close. I mean, I live in a rural environment, and when there's digestate being spread onto fields, you certainly smell it, and this potentially is going to be operating at 365 days a year. So I'm still not convinced that your answer to say that Evenley hasn't been included. And what has the applicant given any benchmark information to you as officers?
Hello. Basically, the odour report that was on the air quality and odour report that was undertaken, which is on the website, that basically was looking at, so we have a benchmark for foul odours of 1.5, and we have for non-foul odours at 3, and that's odour units per metre cubed. So from the assessment that's been undertaken, they're looking at 0.58, I believe, from Barleymow Farm, which is the farm just to the right of the development. So at 0.58, that's significantly below what is considered even for foul, really foul odours. So it's significantly below the standards that the national standard that has been applied.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gaskell.
Thank you, Chair. Have planners or anyone else visited any of the other sites to have a look at how the applicants formed for all the other sites? You know, any readings, things like that?
I've looked at the Alderton site. That's been up and running for a number of years now, but it's not exactly the same as this one. But that's a digestive plant, significantly smaller, and it operates quite well. We have, over the years it's been operating, we have had a couple of complaints, mainly with regards to leachate, and that was resolved quite quickly.
Chair, I mean, how close to the villages is that site that you just mentioned?
That's at Manor Farm, as you go into Alderton. So as you go, as you go up the road, you've got Perry Hill Farm, industrial estate on the left, and then it's like the next set of buildings along is you've then got Manor Farm, and then you've got Spring Lane, I believe it is. So it's quite close, actually.
So this is all located more in an industrial area rather than...
I wouldn't call Alderton an industrial area at all.
Or there's an industrial area close by?
There's a farm that what used to be a farm as industrial buildings. We call them industrial buildings. The majority of them are offices.
Sorry, going back to the officers, Sonny, we did ask for some benchmark data or information. Have you been able to obtain that?
What's that in relation to? Sorry.
Well, at the site meeting,
Yep.
we asked for benchmark data on existing plants operated by Acorn or other operators, how close they are to villages, because it's your definition of open countryside, whether you consider a plant of this nature and size, which is considerably bigger than the old one, because I was involved in giving the permission to that, whether that constitutes open countryside.
Well, my response to that would be that I don't have the exact metrics in terms of the other AD facilities, but in respect to this one, so each application needs to be determined on its own merits, and with this one, as the Environment Health Officer said, they reviewed the odour impact assessment and concluded that with mitigation measures and conditions such as condition 33, which is a safeguarding condition, there won't be adverse impact from a plan perspective. And also there is environmental permit that the scheme would have to go through if it got permission, which adds an extra layer of safeguarding in terms of odour.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I'll invite the first speaker to come up. Sebastian Charles, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Sebastian Charles. I'm a solicitor and legal associate of the Royal Town Planning Institute with 30 years experience. I act for Derek and Sue Ricketts, who live directly north of the site. They are going to be directly affected by noise, smells, light pollution, and the plant is in their direct line of sight. Traffic will run past their gate. This scheme should be refused again for the same reasons as last time and more. Last time it was scale, height and massing, and that was not challenged on appeal. The scheme changes from last time are minor, and in some ways they make the development worse. Just to be clear, this is not about farmers or going green, it's about making a quick buck at the expense of local residents. It should be about the right development in the right place, and that is not this. We say your officers have got the recommendation wrong. Similar proposals elsewhere have been refused for sound reasons. For instance, at Spring Hill in Suffolk, an application by the same operator was refused on the 23rd of June this year for 3 reasons: open countryside, highways and visual impact. It is considered here there are highway impacts, both in terms of amenity and safety. The applicants wisely dropped the proposal for feedstock to be delivered to the site by farmers with tractors. The true insanity of 16-year-old farm workers rolling down local lanes and the dual carriageway all converging on the plant has been revealed and supposedly withdrawn. But your officers have forgotten to put a condition prohibiting that happening. So if you allow this development to proceed as presently proposed, that will be on your hands. Even if tractor deliveries are properly banned, there's no mechanism to prevent the farmers all tractoring the feedstock into a spot nearby and loading onto HGVs for the last mile. You're being told there's no highways objection. This is not correct because the withdrawal of the highways objection is based on proper operational management and the proposed routing being secured. Unfortunately, your officers appear not to know the law. You can't control who uses the public highway. There's a condition requiring the operator to have a plan and to tell the contractors about it and put up signs. But if those are totally ignored by every single lorry driver who won't be employed by the operator, there's no breach of planning by the drivers and nothing the council can do to shut the plant down. The plant can still operate with every lorry running through Crowton or along Charlton Road and breaching every promise upon which the highway safety objection has been withdrawn. The 3.5 tonne limit is not enforceable either, and I can explain that to you if you want me to. Officers have failed to impose a condition limiting the catchment for this plant. That would be a completely standard condition for a new waste plant that's supposed to be a local facility that would stop the operator from trucking in feedstock from far away. The further away the material is trucked in from, the greater the safety and amenity issue. But also long distances totally undermine the carbon reduction credentials because the greater the miles, the higher the transport emissions. At the moment, waste could be trucked in from Southampton, let alone Northampton. The latest revelation in this sorry saga is that the operator's consented scheme at Courtine Hall appears not to be proceeding and it's withdrawn its waste permit application. We understand that's due to lack of interest from farmers and no commercial rationale. If it's proven not to be needed there, it isn't needed for a scheme here just 20 miles away. We say the scheme should be refused, but if contrary to that you want to proceed, although I have to say a legal challenge might be likely to follow if you do, there are big problems with the conditions. There's a condition about lighting, but there's also a huge flare, 7.8 metres tall, to burn off excess gas that is totally uncontrolled and allows the operator to shoot a huge jet of flame into the night sky whenever it wants to. We say that should be limited to no more than 3 times a year or the plant shut down.
1 minute remaining.
We say the catchment should be set at 400 square miles, approximately 12 miles as the crow flies or 10 miles by road. The plant is claimed not to be a waste facility because if it was, it would be dealt with under the Minerals and Waste Local Plan and would be required to be in an industrial location. You're not being told about the policies that would apply to a waste installation, but again, the officers have forgotten to include a cap on the waste inputs. The applicant proposes 30%. We say it should be more like 10%, but at the moment it's unlimited and could be 100% a waste plant. And obviously, the more the waste element, the greater the environmental impacts in terms of odour, etc. There's a condition requiring an odour management plan, but officers have forgotten to impose a requirement to comply with it. We say the condition should say the plant must be shut down if it stinks beyond its boundaries. The plant's required to be decommissioned after 25 years, but officers have forgotten to secure that, and there's no sinking fund.
Presentation, please.
We say all the problems with the conditions tells you that the officers in recommending approval have failed to get to grips properly with the impact of the development. I can quote the necessary policy reference, and I have also drafted reasons of refusal for you if you would like me to read those out in response to any question about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Bignell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd question the Speaker why he believes that the weight limit through Crowton doesn't apply in this case.
So weight limits are enforceable by trade.
Weight limits the responsibility of the police force. To correct you, sir.
So we can differ professionally if you wish to, but weight limits are not enforced and indeed are impossible practically to be enforced. They're advisory only, and if they're ignored, the police and trading standards will not do anything about it as a practical matter.
Yeah, we'll beg to differ. And my inquiries is that the police force are responsible for enforcing these weight limits, and they are enforceable, but we'll differ on that one, eh?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Charles. Can I ask the next speaker, please? John Williams. Thank you.
On? Yes. Committee, I'm John Williams and live at Barley Mow. I have expertise in sustainability and greenhouse gas audit. This giant plant will be built a stone's throw from my front door in contravention to WNC policies. And all proposed HGV traffic travelling only 5 minutes from my living room. So I apologise if I become emotional. You are being asked to approve an application from Acorn, a greenwashing arm of Qualitas, a Spanish private equity company. This application, like their last, again fails on mass and scale and more. Acorn again appears to be pulling the wool over WNC's eyes in this application, indeed starting from the application form. As a resident nearest the site, please consider that odours and toxic threats to health and environment are now increased by the request to store more rotting feedstuffs on site. False claims are made on the benefits of biogas and digestate. Because gas is sold at market price, there's no benefits to locals, and gas is carried by tankers to Banbury to feed the gas network. The digestate fertiliser is used to feed fuel crops, which in turn feed the digester, a vicious circle. On-site digestate is also a water table major incident waiting to happen, and they're increasing field methane release across 400 square miles that otherwise would not have been released. The site is designed to avoid coma safety requirements, but typical major gas facilities would expect houses to be 500 to 900 metres away for safety, not under 300 metres. There's no action plan for when the plant explodes. There's no lockdown plan. There's no plans to close the A43. The Cassington AD explosion in October 23 shook our house and red flared the sky in our living room, and we're over 15 miles away. This one is top of hill, prone to lightning, and next to our area of Croughton, it's a soft target for drone attack. The thought of this being right next to us is terrifying. Despite site management needing to be near perfect for safe operation, Acorn plans it as 24/7, but unmanned for over half the time. Acorn's credibility is further weakened in its travel plans. Now peak season is stretched to 3 months. Now we have 44-ton HGVs rattling past our living room every day for 365 days a year for 25 years with no respite. All of these are new HGV movements and not replacing tractor-trailer movements, as is falsely claimed by Acorn. Most annual vehicle movements are dirty diesel engines with particulate pollution. Only new lorry HGV flow diagrams are merely theoretical and not sufficient for highways or WNC to approve the plans. Highways and planning officers also seem to be accepting flawed road accident data. The HGV access also indicates allowing HGVs coming from Croughton. Site encourages use of gas when the UK is moving to clean electric and removes highly productive agricultural land from the food chain. The pretty trees to mask the site in the plans are ridiculous. They don't mask it even after 10 years of Acorn planned ugliness. Whilst acknowledging the work done by the council, it appears that last week's wheeler dealing with Acorn, evidenced in poor quality Odyssey notes to highways, hasn't been considered sufficiently. It undermines all credibility and changes the planning application significantly. Acorn's heads of PR and business development attended the committee's site viewing along with the farmer. Apparently it took 5 people to open the gate that wasn't there for access. Why did Acorn game the site visit? Acorn gamified the support count to WNC. There were only 17 support letters, supplemented by 42 petitioner-like forms with 70 internet pumped from an Acorn propaganda website, keeping the person away from the actual plans. Therefore, on WNC's site, there were only 129, despite the officer claiming 176. Despite this, WNC doesn't mention the 1,247 objectors on the change.org petition objecting to the planning. I'm surprised the officer doesn't highlight Acorn's questionable tactics, and I note the officer's inaccuracy in reporting to the committee. Expert opinions are registered with high-quality comments and analysis, almost all objecting to planning. These seem not to have been given weight by the officer. Solar sites in the report are mentioned as green, and they are green and should be given a favourable weighting. This application, however, is in complete contrast and not green. My family and neighbours have suffered over 3 years of life-changing uncertainty from this greenwashing explodable factory built meters from our homes. It promises 25 years of nuisance, foul odours, noxious gases and diesel particulate emissions, but apparently it's okay because in 10 years' time it may be partially screened if it doesn't explode first and be closed down.
1 minute remaining.
I urge you not to accept this project to protect our health and that of the residents of Evenley, Brackley and Croughton. Committee, I would ask you to consider these comments before making a decision. The proposal is far out of scale, inappropriately placed, with massive negative impacts and no actual need in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Questions from the committee, please. Councillor Pipes.
Can you confirm, did you say your Barley Mow farm, you live there?
Yes.
All right, so you're right on it?
Yep.
All right, okay, thank you.
Any other questions, please? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Can I have the next speaker, please? Kathy Ellis.
Right. How does this work? Okay. Off, have I? Right, to start again. In December 23, I stood here and asked this committee one question. Does the location and the scale of this application fit in with national and WNC policies? You answered simply no, and determined that the scale, height and massing of the proposed development will not minimise the adverse impacts on people and natural environment, etc. So what's changed in 20 months? Not a lot. The height of this industrial plant is just half a metre lower, but it's still 16.5. That's metres high. That's 54 feet. And the scale and massing is greater. The site is now 3 acres larger than previously, and a massive 24 metre by 16 metre welfare building has crept in too. So just visualise, committee, that's 26 acres of countryside or 9 evenly village greens taken just to house this thing. That makes a mockery of your previous decision. The site's bigger, scale larger, mass greater, and location the same. The recommending officer states, that's okay because you didn't turn it down on other grounds. So those are, in his words, now acceptable. But that's simply not the case. He admits the plant will cause landscape and visual harm, but believes ACOR's proposed additional landscaping of using 2.5 to 3 metres trees will minimise this. What? To screen a 16.5 metre high industrial plant? It'll be decommissioned before these trees can negate visual harm. He suggests the plant will offer a mere short to medium impact on residents. He says it's only for 25 years, and anyway, this harm will be outweighed by the benefits. What benefits does a socking great industrial plant running 24 hours a day with 134 lorries trundling past homes from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m, leaking odour with a gas flare bush lighting up the sky, bring to our residents? The only benefit is to its owners, venture capitalists in Spain. The officer makes much of solar farm decisions and net zero policies. This is not a solar farm, and solar farms don't need to be fed 134 HGV daily movements. Acorn says it will allegedly, its word, produce biomethane equivalent to taking 16,000 cars off the road, but in its own transport document states its annual vehicle movements will be over 22,000. So that's 22 to save 16. Doesn't add up, does it? Doing nothing is the greener option. Permanent pasture absorbs between 20 to 40,000 tonnes of CO2 per acre per year, and Acorn wants to bury 26 of it under metal and concrete. This monster needs 7,000 acres of crops to feed it, plus slurry and muck. Acorn has agreed a traffic cap with National Highways, protector of major routes only, of 134 HGV movements a day. No tractors hauled by youngsters this time, because obviously that was mad. Instead, they've decided 44-tonne lorries would be used direct from farm to plant. The transport assessment assures us these lorries will, for the large majority, use A roads, but there's no one to police it. And committee, how many farms and fields do you know with direct access straight onto main roads? So residents all over our county and beyond will suffer massive, heavily laden 44-tonne lorries squeezing down country lanes, causing congestion and accidents to transport crops directly from fields. The area needed to support this plant is equal to land a mile wide between Evenley and Toaster. Now, obviously, not all the farmers in this area will be supplying the plant. Their crops will be used to feed livestock and us. So that area will be greater and transport distances longer. Yields are 50 to 60% down this year, so the catchment area will grow further. The AD at Marston St Lawrence has closed down to lack of materials, and Acorn's own plant at Corton Hall is not operational. So how far are all these materials to travel? And how on earth can this be considered green? Meanwhile, what are we supposed to eat? You want to support our farmers, not the wealthy landowners, our farmers. Let them grow our food. Acorn's own air quality impact assessment admits abnormal events can generate acute odour episodes with tanks overflowing, incidents during delivery, unloading, coverings coming loose, etc. 1 minute. This is just 280 metres from family homes and a kilometre from the heart of Evenley. Lorries are to be offloaded on site in 6 minutes, achievable maybe, but one slip, there's an odour release and a backup of trucks. On the B4031 on Barleymow roundabout, our local everyday black spot, in laybys on the 43, good luck, they're full of HS2 trucks. The access to this monster is 80 metres from RAF Crowton's proposed new entrance, designed with national security and safety in mind, following the Harry Dunn accident. 134 HGVs will cross the road at the same point. And we're told the plant will blend in with the golf balls at RAF Crowton. Committee, these have been decommissioned. They're being removed as we speak. So are you prepared to risk your residents' immunity, safety and welfare and ruin the countryside for an ill-conceived application for a monster factory in the wrong location by an applicant, with no track record and whose application has been turned down time and time again across the UK? You are the Strategic Planning Committee. This is not WN's strategy.
Could I
You
ask you
have
to wind
a
up your
plethora
presentation,
of
please?
policies. Thank you. You have a plethora of policies to refuse this. Please use them wisely.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the committee, please? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a letter now from local MP Sarah Ball, be read out by Democratic Services.
The letter begins, Dear Ms. Earnshaw, I have been contacted by a number of very concerned constituents regarding the planning application 2024-5352 MAF, which I understand will be coming before the Strategic Planning Committee on the 19th of August 2025. Given the previous application for such a biomethane gas generation facility application, WNS 2022-1557 EIA was refused on 15th of December 2023, and I am informed many of the reasons for that decision remain valid now. I do ask that councillors familiarise themselves with this application and that serious scrutiny is given. At the time, the reason for refusal by the council was stated as follows. It is considered that the scale, height and massing of the proposed development will not minimise the adverse impacts on people and the natural environment. As such, it will have an unacceptable impact on the landscape character of the surrounding area, contrary to policies S1 and S11, West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy 2014. While the applicant presents this as an environmentally beneficial scheme, many residents have expressed their concerns that its scale and design more closely resemble an industrial waste plant to be built in open countryside without sufficient detail around its decommissioning plan. Constituents are particularly worried about the permanent loss of over 23 acres of productive farmland and the redirection of further farmland from food production to fuel crops over several decades. Where the government's approach is that food security is national security, this runs contrary to this. Residents from Evenley, Crowton and Brackley and the surrounding areas have raised issues including potential round-the-clock odour, emissions and noise over a projected 25-year operational period. They are also concerned about a substantial increase in heavy goods vehicle traffic and the impact this could have on congestion, accident risk and general road safety. We are all aware that Evenley roundabout has its challenges with congestion levels and accidents, and this application would only serve to worsen the position here. In addition, there is concern about the proximity of this large renewable biomethane gas generation facility to RAF Croughton. The nature of the facility, including the storage and processing of combustible gas and organic waste, could, in the event of an incident or deliberate act, pose risks not only to those working at the plant, but also to the operational security of RAF Croughton. There is particular concern that the facility could become an attractive target for hostile actors, given recent reports of attempted sabotage and arson at sensitive sites in the UK. I'm writing to the Ministry of Defence in this regard to ask for their consideration of this application. There have been examples in Oxfordshire of similar facilities exploding, and we have to think of the practical implications of this. The scale of the proposed facility is seen by many as far beyond that of a typical farm biodigester, and there is strong feeling that the character of the area and the amenity of the local residents would be adversely affected. I would therefore be grateful if the committee could consider the concerns raised by myself and constituents carefully when making its decision. Yours sincerely, Sarah Ball.
Okay, thank you, Dana. Moving on to Andrew Thompson, please.
They don't have their note.
Okay, can you, sorry, I have to make way for the councillors. Next time, can you let us know that you want to speak, please? But please come up. As a courtesy to this committee, next time, can you just, thank you.
Thank you. I am Councillor Rosie Herring and ward member for Middleton Cheney and surrounding villages. The previous application for this site was turned down by the previous administration against officer recommendation. Unfortunately, the officers chose to only put the objection as visual appearance, but the concerns of the committee were so much more than can be solved by a tree screen and lowering of heights. The main concerns are still potential smells and intensification of traffic. I am disappointed that only one member from the new councillors on this committee chose to attend the site visit held last Tuesday. I had wished to point out the proximity of houses, the inadequate road system through Croughton and Farthinghoe, and the entrance to the USAF base across the road, which was the site of the tragic road death of Harry Dunn. There has been no objective analysis or proof provided that odour from the site will not reach Evenley, Croughton or even Brackley. Evenley is less than 1 mile from the site and Brackley less than 2 miles from lagoons of wastewater and the 13-metre high shed containing chicken manure. I can assure you that this council will be inundated with complaints if residents are impacted with foul smells. I have experience of this situation with the chicken farm on the Welsh Lane, where residents cannot open their windows because of the smell. However, the farm only clears out the sheds fortnightly and early in the morning to mitigate the distress caused to the few residents nearby and the hamlet of Falkirk, 1 mile distance away. However, the proposal in this application will have chicken waste continually arriving and being stored and shifted into the digester on a daily basis. No respite. The road system has traffic calming and narrow roads with parking either side through the village of Croughton, with the pinch point just by the village nursery. Should the tankers choose to go direct through Farthinghoe, currently with no weight restriction, the risk of collision at the famous pinch point at the centre of the village with tankers full of explosive gas does not bear thinking about. The only possible route is via the M40 and a junction that is already overstretched. The experience of controlling the use of HS2 vehicles that are not meant to use any village roads has proved almost impossible, and those are readily identifiable. I believe the MOD have failed to comment on the application as they prefer not to interfere in local democracy, but given the recent terrorist attack on Bryce Norton, I am surprised that we wish to position this combustible plant, an explosive material, just by the main NATO communications centre. The risk from this site, unmanned at night, will make it an easy target. It was Cherwell District Council that chose to install a gas receptor just off the M40 junction. The site for this plant should therefore rightly be on land near to the M40 in the Cherwell Valley, away from residential areas. Why should all the harm be put on the West Northants residents to service Banbury? Why should our citizens endure foul odour and poor air quality due to the emission of CO2 and nitrous oxide together with waste particulates? Hydrogen sulfide, another byproduct, can be detected by residents as low as 0.49 parts per billion. Why should West Northants have to cover the cost of road repairs, inevitably caused by the increased traffic from the 134 44-ton trucks each day, 7 days a week, year in, year out? Anaerobic digestion is the least efficient green power generation in comparison to solar and wind farms, of which this area has taken more than its fair share. 2 local small anaerobic digesters are not operational at the moment due to a lack of material to supply them with. This is not about the green agenda, but a commercial venture from overseas investors intent on making money. Despite the banners, this is not about supporting farming, as this is an industrial plant in open countryside. Also, the new Reform administration of the council has chosen to ditch net zero targets as inappropriate. I do hope that this new administration of West Northants Council is prepared to be as strong as the previous Conservative-led council and give an emphatic refusal to this ill-thought-out scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee, please. No, thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, you have heard of all the serious concerns from local residents and parish council, and you will hear claims made by the investors' agents about how well this will operate and what a benefit it will be locally. We will all have received the letters of support from businesses remarking on the jobs that the proposal will bring. A construction company in Kent, an oil tanker operation based in West Sussex, and of course from Acorn itself, a Spanish-based business. And indeed, someone with a badge told me in adjournment they had travelled well over an hour to be here today. Some of you sitting here today are new to planning in this committee and so not have been involved the last time this application came forward in 2023. The application was refused by the Committee for Traffic, Odour, Visual Impact and Highways. But what came back from officers after an adjournment during the meeting was a watered-down refusal concentrating on the scale, height and massing and quoting only 2 policies, S1 and S11, of the West Northants Joint Core Strategy. The other reasons for refusal put forward by members were somehow erased from the decision notice, but are still as relevant to this application as they were to the first. The particular policies are that it is contrary to the West Northants Joint Core Strategy Policy R2, which supports small-scale farm diversification, and the South Northants Local Plan Part 2 policies EMP3, which also supports small-scale business development and farm diversification, as well as EMP6, which guides development proposals related to agriculture, ensuring they are appropriate and sustainable. The Planning Committee approved an application by these applicants for the similar size proposal near Courting Hall in the same year, 2023. However, that biodigester was on an appropriate site. It's near the M1. There were no residential amenity issues as there were no dwellings nearby, and indeed it was adjacent to the nearest neighbouring structures, chicken sheds. Courting Hall's appropriately cited digester is not going ahead, it seems, and this inappropriately cited one should be refused. Following the refusal in 2023, Acorn have come back with a proposal that is going to process a similar volume of feedstock with a similar volume of digesters and relocated some of the buildings. The taller structure is only 1 metre shorter and landscape planting is bolted. But how can it be acceptable that the nearest residents still have to wait 15 years to have the visual impacts largely mitigated and then the plant decommissioned only 10 years later? This is still an industrial plant on 22 acres in the open countryside, not on an allocated employment site, and so contrary to all our local planning policies. A great concern of mine and others, as you've heard, are the impacts of odour on residential amenity. One of the mainstays of the feedstock for this digester is chicken waste, proposed to be circa 40%. Presumably not just the manure and litter from chicken farms, but also possibly feathers and offal from processing carcasses. And of course, there is one of the largest chicken processing units in the country in Brackley. There has been persistent issues with odours from such units, and it's generally not our environmental health who deal with this, it's the Environment Agency. Odour is a very particular nuisance, and the smell of chicken waste is especially so. Poultry waste has a high ammonia content, which can lead to ammonia release, not only during digestion, but when digestate is spread on fields. It's almost impossible to escape this odour. It is constant. It permeates your home, your furnishings and clothing, and unlike noise, you can't just switch it off. It lingers. And when there's an incident, WNC will say, here's the Environment Agency contact details. An agency that has had its funding cut by over 50% in real terms over the last 15 years. We're all very aware of how the Environment Agency's budget constrains its response to pollution incidents in rivers and watercourses. This applies to complaints about odour and potential pollution incidents from runoff. The comment on odour is very limited in the report. Odour is referenced in air quality and dust, particularly during the construction phase. However, to residents, and particularly the residents who are less than 300 metres away, there will be a notice escape every time an HGV arrives with chicken waste, and local residents could suffer when digestate is spread. For the most affected residents who live at Barleymow, this application has blighted their lives for the last 3 years. They have been badly treated by the applicants, who did not seek them out for consultation initially and have treated them as an irrelevance. And I'm sad to say that I don't think they've been well served by WNC. The resident closest to the proposal has been approached by a potential purchaser of his property, which was once an employment site. The purchaser indicated they would like to convert it back to employment use as an accessible country dental practice and put in a pre-app indicating as such. What was the response? That it is an inappropriate site as clients will have to drive and would be better suited in a town. What a major disconnect. We are a local council that's meant to be there looking after and promoting the welfare of our residents.
Could I ask you to bring your
balanced against land use.
representations to conclusion, please?
The minnow here is definitely not having his interests looked after by WNC, while the foreign-owned corporate is being supported by our officers. Members, please refuse this application, quoting policies R2, S1 and S11 of the WNJCS, and policies EMP3 and EMP6 of the South Northants Local 2 Park Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions from the committee, please? Nope. Thank you. Okay, can we move on to Andrew Thompson, please? My apologies for the delay.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrew Thompson. We farm a small farm in the Croton parish. We moved here in 1991, but I've worked in agriculture for nearly 60 years. I can honestly say that I've never known things to be as hard as they are now. The last few years have not been good because of drought, poor seasons, and unpredictable prices. I spoke with another local farmer only a week or so back. His gross output for his barley crop barely covered his costs without anything for rent. That's partly due to poor soil health. A better rotation with a higher organic matter would have helped. I have always had diversification in my business: farm contracting, machinery hire, sales, service, and farming. Nowadays, diversification is not an optional extra. It's essential to stay afloat. When I arrived on my farm, it was all arable. This wasn't sustainable, as the soil health becomes depleted due to continuous cereal crops, and it requires high levels of imported fertilizer. Arable farming dominates this area. It used to be more mixed, but livestock farming became less profitable, and this change has harmed our soil. Lots of smaller farms have not survived, and we need help through an outlet for our break crops. This is why break crops are very important. With changing subsidy regimes, we must make our outputs and soil health sustainable. At my farm, we now grow grass, which nourishes the soil, and grass breaks eradicate weeds, which can become resilient to herbicide in arable cropping. But we need to find a way to generate an income from the farm that is sustainable, and I would not be alone in this. This is where Aspic Green will help. As well as providing us with income for these vital break crops, it will provide natural fertilizer. Currently, I have been getting digestate from a plant much further away, and I have used digestate for probably 15 years on my farm. This comes every year, mostly in the winter months, on around 120 articulated lorries. For me, this isn't a question of more lorries on the road, because they're already coming to and from my farm and would significantly reduce if this digestate can be used from a plant adjacent to our land. In conclusion, Aspic Green can only assist the local community, as well as agricultural supply businesses, enabling small farms to be profitable and contribute to the local economy. The alternative, as I see, is more farm amalgamations and the decline of smaller British farms. When I first came around this area, I looked at a farm, and this is back in the 1970s, that was 500 acres. And I looked at that farm and the people, the tractors, the men that were working there, and I thought, oh, that's the way to go, 500 acres. A lot of the commercial farms now that are standing on their own 2 feet just are 5,000 acres. The plant will also be producing useful outputs with gas for everyone to use and CO2 to preserve our food and the fertilizer for local farms. I ask you, please back the British farming and support Aspic Green. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee, please? Councillor Keeble.
Thank you very much. I wonder if you could just comment on the point about odours. If you've been working, you've been using digestates for a long time, and you're presumably also familiar with the plants. I wonder if you can just comment about the odours surrounding plants, but also surrounding the use of the products.
We have an open storage tank on our farm. When it's being filled, and there's no cover on it, so it's open to atmosphere. When it's being filled, we don't really get a problem. When you're putting it on the fields, it's dribbled onto the fields with a dribble bar applicator. And you may get a little odour when you're actually applying it to the fields, but generally we don't get any odour.
Thank you. Is your farm actually I don't know where your farm is. Is it near buildings? And do you have other people complain? Do you have neighbours complaining? Because obviously odour is something that people are very sensitive to in
Yes.
different circumstances. So
We-
do you have people?
Yes, we
complaining?
do have neighbours, and our neighbours are about 500 metres away. We kept quite a few cattle on our farm. We used to bring straw in to litter the cattle, use digestate for fertiliser, do a muck for straw swap with neighbours. Straw got very expensive, and we used for a number of years wood chip and gypsum paper, which was recovered from the plasterboard industry. Now, our neighbours did complain about the gypsum paper, and we stopped using it. But I don't think that we've caused anybody really any real trouble from digestate smells. One of our neighbours on the other side of the road is a large estate. The man that owns a large estate would probably be able to buy most of Northamptonshire with the money that he's got, and I've never had a complaint from them. And they would be within, if we're doing the fields on the roadside, they would be from here to those, probably those houses there, over there where their lodge cottages are. So in general, as a farmer, I actually don't think there's a smell problem with the digestate. I would certainly say that there wouldn't be a smell problem from the digestate plant, because it would be so well managed that it's not going to be allowed to be a problem. I would also say that I've heard one or two comments earlier where plants apparently have not working because they can't get product to feed them. I actually don't think that's correct.
Okay. Excuse me.
5 minutes. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, guys. He is allowed to answer the questions, but I would remind you that you need to keep on topic, Mr. Thompson.
Sorry about that. Does anyone else want to ask me a question that's not on the floor? Yes.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Just on the digestate and applying it, have you used chicken manure?
We have used chicken manure in the past. The chicken manure, and I'm going back probably 15 or 18 years. We actually haven't used chicken manure, but we used to have the washings out of the Fessenda factory. And that was applied by contractor with again, a dribble bar system. The chicken washings would cause a bit of a foul smell. And the problem with the chicken washings is it went on for week and week and week and week. Now, we didn't actually have too many complaints about that, but when we had the opportunity to use digestate, which is more concentrated and didn't cost us anything because it was free to, if we would take it, and delivered free, we started using digestate, and we actually don't have a regular problem with it. All right. Is there anyone else that wants to ask me anything before I disappear?
Yes.
Councillor Pipes.
Is this on your land?
It's on my own land, yes.
Yes. The present site we're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from the committee?
Sorry, sir, there's no questions from the public. It's only for the committee. Thank you.
Let me just make that clearer. The site we're talking about, is that your land?
No, the site isn't my land.
Right, okay.
No, sorry, I thought you were talking about the digestate that I put on. The digestate we put on is my land. The site we're talking about is adjacent-ish to my land. And if that site goes forward, we will stop using any deliveries, if we're allowed to use their digestate, because we will be able to move it across one field to our lower fields that are very adjacent to the American base. And then we will have it on our farm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Have the next speaker, please, Tim Hall. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Hall. I'm the farm manager at Tusmore Estate, Tusmore Park Farms, and we're about a mile south of the proposed site. I run an arable operation, so we only grow crops. We don't really have any livestock of our own. We rent a bit of grass out to a sheep farmer locally. But we've been in arable cropping for many, many years, and our soils are suffering somewhat from this. We've had just had our worst harvest in quite a few years. I've been in farming for 35 years now. The government has closed closed all the environmental schemes that were made available to us a while ago. So I need to diversify our income streams and our markets. So currently we're growing milling wheat that goes off to that will end up in bread, cakes, etc. Oilseed rape, some of that will end up as biodiesel. Some of that wheat might end up as bioethanol as well. So you look at your next time you fill up at the pumps, B7, that's 7% rapeseed oil. B5 or E10 on your petrol, that's 10% bioethanol, some of which might be my wheat. So anyway, we also grow oats, but anyway, we're growing just purely crops, and we have to buy artificial fertilizer in to feed those. Now that comes from, last year it came from Egypt, shipped up to Immingham, onto a 44-ton Arctic, and down the roads to us, over Barleymow roundabout and many others like it. At harvest, all our grain goes off to a cooperative store in Cambridgeshire, so that's going back over the Barleymow roundabout in an articulated lorry. All our straw is sold and swapped for manure locally, and all this moves via the local roads. My main point being, we are putting the freight on the roads anyway. If we grow for acorn, we will just be substituting our markets. So anyway, biofuels are not new. We used to grow oats to feed the horses that pull the ploughs. And I say I've already growing oilseed rape for biodiesel and wheat for ethanol. So we're already doing it in a way. Whether you consumer want to buy British, sorry? Okay. So whether you, the consumer, want to buy British is entirely up to you. Please, when you've next been to the supermarket, have a look at your labels and see where it's come from. Anyway, so I would like to spread my risk and produce for a local market and get some fertilizer back from that local market. So the organic matter that Andrew talked about, if we can get natural, many years ago we'd have mixed farms, so you'd have crops and livestock, and at the moment all that's disappearing off. We do import manure back in and compost from Ardley. We have biosolids from Thames Water, so that's coming up the M40 from far down in Thames Valley. And we also cooperate with a couple of local beef farmers where we swap straw for muck. So we are shipping manure around the place, reducing odour as best we can. I don't particularly like the odour because a lot of that odour is the good stuff. It's the fertiliser that I want. So we will try and incorporate that as fast as possible. So there's 3 of us on the farm, and I would like to secure those jobs. And if we have many more harvests like this, those are looking a bit under threat, particularly without environmental schemes. So, and not just the farm jobs, we have all local agricultural contractors, machinery suppliers, seed suppliers. So there are ancillary industries that will be helped by a local project like Astwick Green. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the committee, please? No, thank you. Now I'll ask Daniel Lambert to come up, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a proposal to generate homegrown energy, back British farming, and support the rural economy. Astwick Green will take agricultural wastes, residues, and a range of different break crops from local farmers, providing them with a guaranteed income for the next 25 years. Maize accounts for only a quarter of the feedstocks we'll be using and will be grown sustainably. Those inputs will be turned into renewable biomethane to support the UK's energy security, heat local homes, and provide a cost-effective fuel for council vehicles. We will generate enough energy to heat more than 8,000 households, more than the number of homes in Brackley. We'll also capture carbon dioxide and process it so it's high enough quality to be used in the UK's food and beverage industry. And we'll produce a natural fertilizer, which will go back to the same farmers who supply us. This will free local farmers from their dependence on expensive synthetic fertilizers, most of which are now imported to the UK. This is a time when British farmers need our help. We all know how much pressure they are under, and we're proud that so many local farmers are here today to express just how important this is to them. In addition to benefiting our farmers and energy security, Astwick Green will also directly provide 15 local jobs and create a further 35 roles in the supply chain. We'll also contribute hundreds of thousands of pounds in business rates every year and offer a community benefit fund to the villages around our site. What's more, we can deliver all these benefits while making sure there is no unacceptable impact on nearby communities. The application before you is a comprehensive new scheme for your consideration. We listened to feedback from this committee. We undertook a complete redesign of our plans, and we are proud of this application before you today. We've worked collaboratively with the Highways Authority to agree a cap on the numbers of vehicles going onto the local road network. All HGV and tractor movements will be directed in and out of our site from the A43, guaranteeing they will not pass through Crowton, and we will make a similar commitment to Broad Lane in Evanley. Astwick Green won't cause a significant increase in traffic. On average, there will be an increase of just 0.14% in vehicle movements. So for every 700 existing movements on local roads, we will add just one. Our access proposals have been endorsed by technical experts with no objections from Highways Authority or National Highways. We will ensure there's no odour impact on nearby residents. We do not use any food waste or sewage. Any farmyard manure will be kept in an odour-controlled building from the moment it arrives on site. We have reduced the bulk and scale of the buildings significantly to minimise landscape impact, as we understood that that was very important to councillors and local residents. At the committee for the previous proposal, one councillor asked if the development could be reduced in height. We have listened and incorporated this change using lower digesters and structures and a design that reduces height at the base level of the tanks. Within this application, there are only 3 digester tanks. One is domed, measuring 16.5 metres at its highest point, and the other 2 are flat-topped, measuring only 9 metres high. The previous application proposed 5 domed tanks, all over 17 metres in height. By contrast, the radar domes at RAF Crowton over the road are almost 30 metres high, and they're not screened as our proposals are. We have strengthened the natural planting and landscape bunding, especially between the plant and Barley Mow Farm, to provide effective screening from as early as the first year of operation. Overall, the new plans deliver a reduction in site levels, bulk and scale across the proposal. The substantial improvement in visual impact can be seen in the photo montages which were submitted as part of this application. The considered approach to the preparation of this planning application means it has received no objections from technical consultees. Your officers have recommended approval after their thorough assessment. Officers have concluded that this application wholly addresses the concerns previously raised by this committee. This is a planning process working as it should. We've taken on feedback and made improvements in a new application. We're grateful to you for your involvement in the process, and if this application is approved, look forward to continuing our work with the council and local community as we deliver on our plans. Thank you again for your time. I respectfully ask that you stand with local farmers, give your support to homegrown energy, and endorse the view of the almost 200 people who have written to support this planning application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bignell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Lambert, you assured us that HGVs would not pass through Crowton. How are you going to ensure that happens?
First of all, the access has been designed so that HGVs and tractors can only turn out.
Understand that bit, yeah.
Yes.
But what's to stop them going around the roundabout going back?
All of the vehicles will be tracked so that we will be following where all the vehicles are coming from, where they are going to, using a central logistics function.
So you will fund that scheme, will it?
Yes.
Okay.
And it will be controlled as part of an operational transport management plan.
Yeah, and there is a 3.5 ton limit in Crowton.
That's
which
correct.
which is actually enforced by the police. Thank you.
And as I said, we've also committed not taking HGVs or tractors through Broad Street in Evenley.
Any other questions? Councillor Pipes?
Have you done a risk assessment on an explosion at the plant? What would be the out area?
Yes, we have. So the plant is thoroughly fitted with lightning protection, and we've conducted, that was part of a risk assessment that we conducted.
Hypothetically then, let's say it's the right spec, everything's wonderful, but you can't compensate for stupid people. I'm reading here on where someone went through a pipe with an angle grinder by accident.
Yes.
What would happen then? Let's say if it's a proper explosion, how far out would it go?
I think the first thing to mention is there's been a lot of talk of explosions. So methane is a flammable gas rather than an explosive gas. So if for instance there were a lightning strike, then the lightning protectors would protect from that. And methane is lighter than air, so the gas, once ignited, would rise up into the air rather than exploding. It would need to be concentrated in a controlled environment to reach that level where you would have an explosion.
I'm just thinking, I know it's not a flour mill, but flour in a container can explode. And, you've got other things apart from methane, haven't you, before it gets turned into methane?
Yes. So the first thing is that the digesters. So first of all, there are 700 anaerobic digestion plants already operational in the UK. The safety is very carefully controlled. The Environment Agency pays close attention to that.
Yeah, 2 explosions, I think, wasn't it? We found, yeah.
On site, we'll have a range of different detectors at different stages of the process, right through from the feedstocks going into the digesters, through to controls within the digesters, through to controls in the upgrading area. So for instance, methane detectors, hydrogen sulfide detectors, which would detect any of these things which are potentially dangerous, so that we could mitigate that before anything happens. For instance, the site at Cassington, it didn't have lightning conductors built in. So this is one of the things that we can envisage as part of the full risk assessment that we've undertaken, and which can be implemented before the plant is operational.
If someone does something stupid, what I want to know is, if it did blow up, how far out would it go? Because it is possible, because it has happened before. And I'm concerned about the RAF base, communications.
So this would be controlled under hazardous substances consent risk assessment. So as part of the hazardous substances consent, you actually get concentric zones which show kind of high impact, medium impact, low impact. Those zones would not even reach the nearest receptor point.
How far out would they go?
Well, that depends on the health and safety executive's assessment. I can't answer on behalf of an assessment which would be undertaken, but I can give you an example from another plant, which has been the Courtine Hall plant, where we have the hazardous substances consent for that plant, and the zone goes out about 100 meters. And that's the lowest impact part of the zone.
100 meters. That's quite close to this gentleman's farm then, isn't it?
The Barley Mow farm is 280 meters from the perimeter of the AD plant. And we're talking about the HSE assessing the absolute worst case scenario and assessing the lowest
So the
impact area of that.
Yeah, so the assessment hasn't happened. We haven't got the assessment on this plant that we're talking about.
The assessment would follow the granting of a planning application. It's not possible.
Yeah, but we haven't got it at the moment. That's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do have one for a plant which was approved by this planning committee at Courtine Hall, and the health and safety executive have provided that. It's online for everyone to see. It includes the diagram that you have asked about, and its conclusion is that this plant is completely safe for operation.
Okay, I think the question's been answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Could I ask one?
If it's relevant to the...
Yeah. Why have you chosen this site?
This site has been chosen because, I mean, you've heard from the farmers about the importance of having an anaerobic digestion plant in this area, to which they can supply break crops, which will help them to diversify their farming operations, to which they can supply residues, to which animal manures can be supplied instead of being spread on the land nearby, and crucially, the importance of the digestate going back to their fields to help to improve soil health.
I don't have the principle is fine. It's the location.
Yes. So
that I'm struggling with. I'm looking at loads of green fields. There's nowhere else other than.
Sorry, guys. Can we just?
Can I interrupt, Chair?
Yes,
Through you, Chair. The application is what you have to determine which is before you. The site, the mass, the location is the application before you, and this is the application that you have to determine.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
So I just wanted to remind members. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Councillor Manners, please?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lambert, why in this new revised development have the chicken sheds increased in size so much?
The sole reason for that is so that the HGVs or tractors delivering chicken manure into the shed can do that within the shed. So previously, the vehicles were delivering without the shed completely closed. So now they can enter the shed and deliver the chicken manure within the shed with the doors closed as a completely closed environment. And this ensures that there will be no odor from the chicken manure being delivered. It immediately even the delivery is taking place in a controlled environment, and then the chicken manure will be placed from there directly into the anaerobic digesters.
Is it fair to say that it's chicken manure which is the biggest issue in terms of odor?
I don't think that chicken manure is an issue in terms of odor.
Well, I don't know about you, but when I walk past chicken farms, I can definitely smell them.
I mean, within the anaerobic digestion plant,
right.
The chicken manure would otherwise be spread on fields where it is indeed a big issue with odor.
Right.
Part of the benefit of this plant is that we can take in chicken manure and process it in a controlled environment so that, one, we're mitigating the impact of chicken manure being spread on the fields, which not only releases odor into the surrounding area, also releases ammonia. It also releases methane, which is a powerful greenhouse gas. This can be taken, put into a controlled environment where we can pull out the methane and use that as a replacement for fossil gas in the grid. And then the byproduct of that whole process is a digestate, which, as you've heard from the farmers, can then be returned to the farm as a much lower impact of odor compared with anything else that they would have been using, especially chicken manure.
Thank you.
Councillor Gaskell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Does the site offer the opportunity to expand in the future?
No.
So that site is the limit. You can't expand out?
That's correct.
Only upwards?
We can't expand at all. That's the limit of the development. And also in the conditions, it's conditioned that we can only take in 83,000 tonnes of feedstock a year. And the number of vehicle movements is conditioned. So even if we were to bring in feedstock over the fields, which we plan to, which will reduce the number of vehicle movements from the roads, and remember that those feedstocks are already moving around on roads already, so we're effectively taking off movements from the road, the local area, then that number of movements, that amount of tonnage of feedstock coming into the plant, it goes over the weigh bridges, that is recorded, and then that is conditioned, and that will be checked.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you. The first speaker, Mr. Charles, made reference to the gas flare. Can you just give us some details as to how
Yes, absolutely.
frequent? And I also had a question about the traffic radius is it right that vehicles could come from anywhere in the UK, or is there a limit in terms of bringing the waste to the plant?
So for the first question, a gas flare is an essential part of an anaerobic digestion plant. It's a worst case safety measure, which is regulatorily required. We have to have it. A flare is not, it's not like what you see on an oil rig where you see gas being flared and it looks like a huge candle or something. It's more like a cooker. So you effectively have a closed topped, flat topped cylinder, and in case anything needed to be flared, it is put into there and processed within that kind of big cooker. So you can't even see any flame from it. When a flare is in operation, you might see some heat haze around the top of a flare if you knew it was in operation, a bit like you might out of a hot cooker, but that's it. I would say that part of the way that we're operating this plant, which is, and again, this is a justification for this location, the area is not well served by anaerobic digestion plants, and there's a reason for that, which is that there is no local gas grid here which anaerobic digestion plants can inject into. So part of our proposal is to use a virtual pipeline where we compress biomethane, put it onto trailers. It's very carefully managed according to health and safety executive rules, according to the carriage of hazardous substances by road, with great care. And then that biomethane is taken to a remote injection point at Banbury. What that means is that the gas will be put onto these trailers instead of into the gas grid. The trailers will be available with redundancy built in so that gas can always come out of the plant and go onto the trailers all the way year round. One of the things that existing anaerobic digestion plants have a problem with is what happens, for instance, in the middle of the summer when everyone has their heating turned off, the demand for gas in the grid is low, there's not really much gas going through the grid, and then the gas network operator might say, okay, I'm turning your AD plant off because there's no capacity in the grid for your gas. Nobody needs it right now. This might happen on a hot summer night, say, and then you don't have anywhere to put your gas. You have to flare it. With this plant, we will always be able to put gas onto the tankers, which can then transport it to the remote injection hub. So we're not constrained by the same constraints that almost all other anaerobic digestion plants do. We can fit all of the production from this plant onto 2 tankers every day. And those tankers go down to the high pressure grid injection point at Banbury, which then actually, that high pressure grid serves the whole area, including this area. So in fact, the local area is benefiting from this gas because houses in this area which use
Mr.
gas
Lambert,
will be
thank
taking
you.
gas from that main.
Do we have any other questions from the committee, please?
Just had a further question. Second question was the radius of traffic feeding the waste, but I also wanted to ask you about Corton Hall. We've heard references to it not being in operation. Obviously, one question's why.
Shall I answer a question about Courtine Hall first? Because it's easy. There was a mention about its environmental permit application being withdrawn. That is a misunderstanding. We looked into this, and what happens is that when you apply for an environmental permit, which we have done for that plant, there's a public consultation period, which lasts for a month. So we were asked by the case officer actually about this question. They said, have you withdrawn your environmental permit application? We haven't. It's simply that when it reaches the end of that consultation month, then the Environment Agency say this has basically disappeared from this portal, it's not here anymore. So the consultation period was over. We followed the correct procedure, and that is now in the process of being processed with the Environment Agency.
Okay, thank you. We are a bit limited on time here. Is there any other questions that you want to ask?
I don't think I responded to the councillor's question about the distances.
Quickly, please, yes.
So the Courtine Hall project is almost finished building, and it will be injecting gas into the grid at the beginning of next year. Each of our plants is aimed at a particular locality. So it's very important for us to be working with the local farmers. You can see that a lot of local farmers are in the room today showing their support for this project, because it's important for us that we bring in the rotational crops locally, not energy crops, but crops that farmers can build into their rotations.
Sorry, Ms. Lambert, could we talk about the traffic, please, the question?
Yes, so, but my point is that feedstock will be brought in locally. It won't be brought in from far distances. There would be no point in bringing in feedstock from far distances when there are more than enough farmers in the local area who will benefit from this project and who want to supply rotational crops, straw, manures to this project and take digestate in return. So this will be supplied with local feedstocks.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Make it quick, please. Councillor Pipes.
One of the digested tanks was reduced from 17.5 to 16.5. Is the reason why it can't be 2 9-metre ones, or is that just the size of the site?
So we've really reduced that as far as we can. With the 2 flat-topped tanks and the third tank, the purpose is to capture gases in that dome. So the dome is only 16.5 at the highest point. Although I would like to point out that we have gone further, and as part of the bunding of this project, when you actually look at where this project sits in comparison with the AOD ground level, it's not, that highest point isn't actually 16.5 meters above ground level. It is sunk down into the ground. So the bund is sunk, and then the plinth is that it's sitting on is sunk below that. The digester is actually sitting 0.7 meters below ground level, so below AOD. So the height of that digester above AOD ground level is actually 15.8 meters. We've really worked hard to build that into the engineering for this project. Even though it's more expensive, it's one of the things that actually was raised by a councillor at the last planning meeting. Couldn't you look at sinking this and putting the structure, more of the structures beneath the ground level, which we've done. And this actually, coming back to your earlier point,
okay, thank you, Mr.
makes
Lambert.
the project
I think you've answered that question.
Safer as well, because there's a bunded
Mr.
area
Lambert,
around it.
I think you've answered that question. Thank you.
Okay.
Cheers. Okay, thank you. If you want to take your seat back in the...
Thank you, everyone.
Anything the officers want to come back on, please? No? Okay. Can I move the committee to debate the application, please? Any questions? Councillor Pipes?
Yeah, I like the concept, the idea. I don't think it's in the right place. For the reason being, the explosive site risk. I appreciate he hasn't been able to risk assess it and whatever. There must be some way of risk assessing it to see what it really is, because it is quite close to the farm that we mentioned. Also, I'm not convinced that if the MOD knew that methane trucks were going past a dome on a daily basis to Banbury, that they'd be very impressed with that. And then the only other issue is the smells. These are my concerns. That I think it should be deferred.
Councillor Purser?
Thank you, Chair. I've got pros and cons for this application. The pros have to be that we are asked to be in favour of development, sustainable development, that it's producing green energy, that this is visually a better scheme than the last one that we had. It has less of an impact. And it's probably better in term, and it's probably satisfactory in terms of traffic and odour. The other side of it is that this is a greenfield site. And I would really much prefer if this had been a greyfield or a quarry site or somewhere that was not sort of virgin farming land. Really, and at the last application, I was thought this was very much an industrial use and so should be in an industrial location. And it's also, it has a scale, and I'm very divided about its impact on the kind of, just on the visual impact on the environment in this part of the county. And I kind of been debating really about how vital is this plant to the agricultural economy, if you like. If you've got an office block that adds to the farm's economy, then you can see that that actually benefits it. But I'm very unsure about whether a plant of this scale kind of relates to the farming economy in the local area. Although I actually have heard arguments here that actually that local farmers are going to use it, that it could be better than alternative ways of disposing of the various products that we're talking about here. So I'm still weighing in the balance which way to go on this application. It is better than the last one. It does meet a need, and it is a green energy project. So that's where I stand at the moment, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Keeble.
Thank you very much, Chair. I agree, obviously, with a lot of the comments that Councillor Purser has made. But I think with this particular issue, we have to look particularly at the planning considerations. A lot of the issues that have been raised and a lot of the issues around this kind of an application are extremely emotive, and we've heard that today, and I can completely understand how strongly people feel about it. I can completely understand how people feel about having something like this close to them. I have to say, an industrial development like this in an urban area would cause even more uproar, because if you try and put, for example, an incinerator, as we've had applications in Northampton, there's massive objections because of odours and visual, and not so much visual impact, but certainly traffic and other issues. So I think those are going to be very big issues anywhere. I mean, we've heard very emotive arguments from the farmers as well, who have an extraordinarily tough time. But if we're actually looking at the planning considerations, it's recommended for approval. It is, by all accounts, an improvement on what was put forward last time. I think we've heard a lot of very careful evidence about traffic, which is obviously an issue, about the environment, the environmental impact, which is an issue. I mean, I've got in mind this is going to be decommissioned after a while as well, so it isn't there for hundreds of years. The one thing that I would ask, and I'm not sure, Chair, if you'd want this as a formal amendment, but if you've got, subject to the conditions as set out below, with delegated authority of the Assistant Director to approve any amendments to conditions as deemed necessary, and subject to the completion of the Section 106 agreement. I mean, given that there's so much sensitivity amongst the local community and local residents about the conditions of the application, I can only see the one there about skylarks, but I presume that there's a number of others as well around things like odour and traffic and so on. If that could also be done in consultation with yourself, Chair, so there is a level of you know, democratic accountability and input to that, I would personally feel very much happier. And with that, I would be, although it's obviously a difficult and split decision, I personally would be minded to approve the recommendation, if that can be added.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Gaskell.
My view on this is that there's a lot of us around here who don't know much about this biofuel and the operations of it. I think it would be quite valuable, good insight for us to help these key concerns if there's a potential site visit to an operating plant, one that's actually functional, where we can look at the traffic and the HGV movement, and we can look at the visual impact it has on the landscape, the proximity to residential areas, and also the odour and environmental risks. I think doing it from behind these desks, I don't think we're going to get enough information, and I think that a site visit would be prudent.
Councillor Manners.
Thank you, Chair. This for me is a very finely balanced decision. I mean, I certainly recognise the value that digestate has to farmers, but fundamentally this proposal is in the wrong place. It's a good proposal, but in the wrong place. It doesn't change from 18 months ago. I mean, it is still the scale, the height and the mass of the building, I think is still in open countryside. I'm still concerned about the odours. I think the fact that the applicant hasn't provided any benchmark, and I totally agree with my colleague here, if we had benchmarks of these plants that are up and running within 1 kilometre of villages that weren't causing issues, particularly when the prevailing wind goes directly towards Evenley, I would be much more confident. I'm simply don't believe, or we're at the point where I just cannot vote for something where the unintended consequences will be here for years to come and affect a great number of people, notwithstanding the gentleman who lives within 280 metres of the plant. So I will be voting against this proposal. Thank you.
Any other questions, please? Nothing? I heard from a councillor about deferral. Are we, anything that you wanted to talk about that? Site visits, anything we want to debate here?
Yeah, I think we're quite uneasy to say yes or no on this until we get the full facts. I think most of us agree that the concept's a good idea. We'd like to support our farmers. However, I mean, truck bombs and driving past a military establishment and the smell issue and the fact that, yeah, the truck bombs are, sorry, the trucks driving past one of the domes is only 300 metres away from the road. Obviously, there will be explosive vehicles going past this base once in a while, but if this site is positioned where it is, they'll be going past it daily. So there's more chance of some terrorist incident.
Councillor Bignell?
Yes, but where were you when you had a site visit last Tuesday? None of you bothered to come to the site visit, so you've got no knowledge. And you only talk about going to look at another site, you know? Just do the basics right, please.
I think they're debating
Well, if they'd have been there, they'd have seen the site where the things were going. There was some idea. You just talk.
I drive past there quite often. I know exactly where the site is.
You didn't walk onto the middle of the site like we did.
I didn't need to work on the site. I know where the military dome is. I know methane trucks will be passing past this dome. To me, it's a risk.
Well, I think you should turn up at site visits as done.
Okay, do we have a proposal to be put forward by the committee?
Chair, I'd like to propose that we defer this pending a site visit to an operational site. And therefore we can all have the opportunity to see a site in operation rather than an empty field.
Okay, we have a proposal for a deferral so we can do a site visit to a working facility. Is that what we're, of the same spec, of the same size?
Yeah, sorry, can I make a comment?
Okay.
Sorry.
If I may, Chair, if a deferral is moved and approved by the committee, I think you would need to take the opportunity of picking up some of the other factors that, for example, what Councillor Manners was talking about deferring. We can get to that benchmarking information that you were referring to. So not only are you looking to do a site visit on an existing operational facility, you're looking to understand the statistics around that and how it operates.
I mean, I would like a visit to or benchmark and to contact the local authority to understand whether there have been complaints to the environmental health team.
We can do our best if we can identify a site. And just also, we would then be able to provide some clarity over some of this stuff about the health and safety executive, because I think some of the concerns that you were raising, Councillor, are covered by the health and safety executive. So outside of the planning regime, so we'll get some clarity on that and legal advice to you for the next, so we can reassure you that because I think a lot of your concerns were outside the planning regime, but we'll clarify that if you were to defer this item, we can get that information back to you at a future meeting.
Okay, just 1 second, ladies. If we have a seconder for that proposal. Okay, so it's been seconded. If Councillor Humphreys, do you have something to add?
So I just wanted to comment, I can't support a deferral. I can't see what it proves. As Councillor Bignell's pointed out, has been an opportunity for a site visit. And also I thought we're required to consider the application before us rather than go and compare with another site. Perhaps our planning solicitor can just shed light on that, please.
It's the matter before us is to consider the application before us, but if you as the decision makers consider you need further information, you're entitled to say, I'd like to go and seek further information. If you do not feel you can make a planning decision based on the information in the report and the site visit you've already undertaken.
Thank you. Councillor Keeble.
Thank you very much, Chair. I mean, I would be happy to go with the deferral if that helps to clarify issues for people, in particular some of the issues around odour. I would just hope that it would be organised fairly quickly, obviously, while these matters are still fresh in our minds. But I'd be happy to support the deferral.
Okay, quickly, Councillor Bignell.
I'd question why we've spent 2 hours debating this when people are unhappy from the start, having read the report. We could have got to this point a lot earlier and stopped wasting time.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to the vote, please, on the proposal to defer. All those in favour, please. Thank you. All those against? Okay, so the proposal for deferral has passed.
You all here?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Apologies for the delay. We move on to agenda item 6, application number S2020-2045 MAO. Case Officer Daniel Callis, can you please begin the presentation?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Item 6 is an application for major employment development on land to the north of Greens Norton Road in Towcester. The site forms does form allocation AL2, which comprises a single agricultural field which was allocated for employment development as part of the South Northamptonshire Part 2 local plan, which itself was adopted in 2020. Just to give some context as to the site's location and its relationship to the other allocations, you can see AL2 on the plan in the sort of bottom left, and you can see the relative position and size of it in relation to AL1 and AL3, which have already been fully consented at outline level. So the application site comprises a land known as Woolgrowers Field. The site lies on the northern edge of the town, on the north side of the A43 and the western side of the A5. The site extends to approximately 4.5 hectares and comprises a single field. The site's northern boundary is defined by a mature hedge, with agricultural fields beyond. The eastern boundary to the A5 is demarked by a hedge, although that is slightly gappy, particularly towards the northern end. The southern boundary onto Greens Norton Road is a mature, thick and quite tall hedge, and the western boundary is enclosed by a line of mature trees running along a brook. The site is generally quite flat, although there is a gentle fall from east to west towards the brook. There are no private non-ancillary dwellings abutting the site or within 50 metres of it. The nearest residential dwellings are the row of cottages in Grass Close, approximately 50 metres to the south, and Linden Barn Farm is approximately 225 metres to the west of the site. The land to the north and west of the site is currently agricultural. Bell Plantation Garden Centre lies to the east, and there is a car showroom to the south. Just to run through some photos very quickly, this is Greens Norton Road outside the site entrance. The entrance to the existing car showroom is, you can see on the right-hand side of the photo. The Tove roundabout is in the distance on the right-hand side, and the site is behind the hedge on the left-hand side of the image. Similar position from Greens Norton Road, looking towards the site. The vegetation along the site frontage would all be retained, except for creating a gap to construct the new site access. This is a view within the site, looking along the southern boundary to the west, so you can see the trees that are along that western boundary and how the site gradually falls towards it. From the same position, looking north or northeast towards the Bell Plantation Garden Centre, the white building you can see is just to the northeast corner of the site, and the A5 is just beyond the hedgerow, but in front of the line of trees that you can see in the image. And then a view here from Grass Close. So that's this to the south of the site, looking along the entirety of the site frontage. And then this image is that same white building you saw in 2 slides ago, looking from the Bell Plantation Garden Centre access, looking southwest across the site, which you can see in the middle ground. And then a view down the A5 frontage towards the Tove roundabout. The application seeks outline planning permission for up to 12,793 square metres of industrial and commercial development, including a car showroom, builder's merchant, and an emergency services hub. All matters are reserved except for access, which would be from the Greens Norton Road on the site's southern boundary. The proposal includes enhanced pedestrian and cycle access, linking as far into town as the old Tiffield Road junction on the A5, which is where National Highways propose to do highway improvements once the Relief Road is open. New bus stops would be provided on the A5 south of Tove roundabout outside the Aldi supermarket, which is some 350 metres from the proposed site access, unless they are first provided by either of the developments that are already consented on AL1. The indicative master plan includes retention, as I've said, of all existing vegetation to the site boundaries, as well as additional strategic landscaping to those boundaries, in particular the north and west. Building parameters would see a maximum building height range from 8 metres to 11.5 metres. In terms of off-site works, the application proposes, I just need to move through, the creation of a new T-junction with Ghost Island for right-hand turning on Greens Norton Road. There's also a 3-metre footway cycleway from the site access coming out towards the Tove roundabout, crossing Greens Norton Road and then crossing the A43 on the western arm of the Tove roundabout, and continues round to connect with an existing 3-metre wide footway cycleway on the A5. In addition, beyond that, as I said, there's the bus stops, which are outside Aldi supermarket. So they would be 2 lay-by bus stops and the extension of 3-metre footway cycleway as far south as Old Tiffield Road Junction. Okay, so with regard to landscape and visual impacts, it's inevitable that the site will result in some localised adverse impacts on the character of the site itself and the immediate landscape in which it sits. However, it should be noted that there are already significant developments of a similar commercial type proposed to the south and east, including the consented schemes on AL1 and AL3, which are of a larger scale and height than proposed here. As a result, the visual impact upon the wider, more distant countryside views will be significantly screened by the existing and expected development that surrounds the site, or will be substantially mitigated by the proposals. That said, there would be some residual harm to the site itself, which has to be weighed in the planning balance. Much of the time taken to bring the application before committee has been the result of detailed and protracted discussions with the relevant highway authorities, particularly focusing on cumulative impacts. The applicant's final traffic modelling submissions demonstrate the development results in no severe impacts on either the strategic or local road networks. National Highways have subsequently confirmed that they raise no objection to the application. West Northants Highways have raised significant concerns about the modelling itself and the performance of Tove roundabout in the future year assessment in 2031. However, National Highways have confirmed that the 2031 assessment is not within their remit for assessment. Consequently, with the potential impact relating only to the strategic road network, and with National Highways not objecting, West Northants Highways have also confirmed no objection. In terms of archaeology, archaeological trial trenching investigations have been undertaken by the applicant, which have confirmed none of the findings preclude the possibility of development. However, further works will be covered by condition. The proposal is considered to have minimal, if any, impact on the setting of built heritage assets, such as listed buildings, conservation areas, or historic parks and gardens. With regard to ecology and biodiversity, the majority of the site comprises grassland, which is common locally and has low species diversity. The vast majority of existing trees and hedges would be retained and would be supplemented with additional planting. There is no statutory requirement for biodiversity net gain given the age of the application. The proposal does result in some biodiversity loss to the existing site, but proposed off-site mitigation would ensure no net loss overall. The development is not anticipated to generate any material harm in terms of air pollution, ground contamination, noise or foul drainage, and any residual matters on those are controlled by condition. Surface water would be managed via a SUD system and is also covered through conditions. Development would be precluded on those parts of the site which fall within flood zones 2 and 3 to prevent increased risk of flooding elsewhere. In terms of representations, the application, sorry, in terms of representations on the application, there are no outstanding objections from technical consultees. There are, however, objections from 3 local town and parish councils. The application has received over 95 objections. The most common objections relate to highway traffic impacts and landscape and visual effects, as well as many other matters. A full list of objections is set out in the report. With regard to updates, members' attention is drawn to the written updates, particularly the additional condition relating to the submission and implementation of a traffic regulation order to reduce the speed limit in Greens Norton Road immediately outside the proposed site access. Members' attention is also drawn to the letter addressed to the committee from Sarah Ball MP, which has been circulated. The objections raised in this letter include cumulative traffic impacts at Tove Roundabout and on nearby roads, rat running through local villages, impact on local businesses, which may choose to relocate away from Towcester if traffic problems become too bad, whether the emergency services hub would have sufficient access, inadequate provision for walking, cycling and public transport. There are no other updates to report. In summary, in the context of the presumption in favour of sustainable development, it's considered that the proposal would result in sustainable development, which generally accords with the development plan, particularly policy AL2, and the adopted employment site allocations development brief SPD. Where harms are identified, these would be mitigated as far as practically possible, and any residual harm is, in the view of officers, outweighed by the significant benefits of the proposal and the delivery of a site allocated for major employment development. To conclude, it's recommended that the committee approves the application subject to the conditions outlined in the report, with delegated authority to officers to amend those conditions if and as necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Bignell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. You talked about enhanced footpaths, Dan. Could we not send the footpath to the west towards the footpath that exists from Greens Norton down to Towcester to join in? It just seems there's a sort of gap thing there. So you sort of extended it from what I could see there. It comes along a little way, then sort of stops for some reason. Surely you could just keep it going along that verge and join the existing footway.
Yes, so the footpath is the extent to which it extends to the west is, I think, in accordance with highway adoption standards for the creation of new access and the tying in of particularly cycle.
But what does it actually do? It goes along there a few yards and stops.
Yeah, so with a normal, when a new access is created, I think it's standard practice for there to be footways and or cycleways on either side of that until you come around the completion of the junction radii and then a short distance beyond.
Well, it just seems pointless to have a footpath going on there. It doesn't actually do anything. It just dumps you nowhere. If you continue on a bit, you could join the existing footpath going on. I looked at my colleagues over there.
Yeah, just to confirm, it is a standard practice because, you know, we try and tie it in. If a development comes next to it or along, then we can sort of tie it in rather than them just doing it on their access on one side, and then expecting another development to provide something in front of this development. So what we do is we try and tie it in so the footpath covers the frontage of the site, and then it can be easily joined onto.
But who's going to join onto it? There isn't a development.
You don't know it's a standard practice, and it'll also help with cyclists to get them off the carriageway and into the site, and then to reintroduce them to the carriageway as well. So it just depends which way.
Yeah, it just seems a cost-cutting exercise in terms of 15 or 20 metres of footpath anyway. Well, I'm sure the lawyers say we're considering what's in front of us.
Any other questions? Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling with this area around paragraph 6 and the cumulative impact of this development on the Tove Junction. And it seems that National Highways have concerns about the impact of traffic on this junction, but are not making objection. You've got concerns that National Highways are not making sufficient provision. Aren't these things incompatible, taken together?
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, in terms of National Highways' position, they have assessed the application on the basis of the opening year assessment. So there's 2 assessments in the modelling, and the opening year assessment, which includes the full build out of the development. So it's not just, you know, a small part of it in opening year. It accounts for everything. So that, as far as National Highways sees it, is their remit for commenting on the application. But with regard to the future year assessment, they do acknowledge that with general background traffic growth, there is expected to be an increasing problem, particularly around the Tove roundabout over the next few years going forward. But that's principally brought about by that general growth in traffic rather than the site, this site or any of the other employment allocations contributing to that.
Turn the microphone off. Right. I'm concerned that we've got 3 developments here that have come to committee sequentially, and maybe each one of them is okay for the junction. But if you put all 3 together, that cumulative impact probably means that something more serious. Now, I accept that as a committee we deal with each application on its merits, but who takes care of the big picture?
That's, to be honest, precisely why the application's taken, you know, so long to come to committee. We've had the application for about 5 years, and most of that time has been spent discussing highway impacts, and particularly focusing on cumulative highway impacts. And my colleagues in highways have had protracted discussions with the applicants on this and the other sites on AL1. All of those sites have undertaken a detailed appraisal of the cumulative impact of all of them. So each one of their modelling, and Hayley will correct me if I'm wrong, but each one of the applicant's modelling includes not their own, but the other sites adjacent to them, and brings that through together in that cumulative assessment. I think the difference, as it were, is between National Highways' position, which is that it's the opening year assessment they make the judgment on, and colleagues in our own highway department who have concerns about the future year assessment in 2031.
Thank you, Chair. And whose job is it to sort that out?
To a certain extent, it's down to the respective highway authority for their own, for which part of the highway network they're in charge of. Hence why, despite their concerns about the impact on Tove Roundabout, our colleagues in West Northants Highways haven't objected to the application because the impact on the local road network, i.e., not the trunk roads, but everything else, those impacts are not severe within the remit that they're making the assessment on.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Pipes?
Car transporter, when it comes on, I assume it comes on site, where does it park? And can it get off site easily without blocking it? Because I can see it wouldn't go down on the right-hand side and
yeah. So if we'll just clarify that this is an indicative layout. So obviously the application is for outline, and it would be worked up in more detail. This is just to give an impression as to the type of layout and development we could see. But clearly, when you get to the reserve matters stage, those practical, more detailed assessments as to the site requirements will come to the fore.
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me about the car transporter is quite often you see them parked on main busy roads, and that's busy enough as it is without any of that. I appreciate it's on the way to a village, but yeah,
it would be a requirement, for example, with a car transporter serving the car showroom, that when we got to the reserve matters application stage, there would need to be appropriate provision for such vehicles, their parking, their turning, etc.
Okay, if there's no other questions from committee, move on to speakers. Anne Gray, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Anne Gray, and I represent Save Toaster Now, a local group that represents over 1,500 members and 5,000 petition signatories against unsuitable developments in this area. You've heard from the planning officer about the primacy of national highways and their dismissal of 2031. But I think it's really important that everyone here remembers why we have a formal planning process with local highway authority consultee and officers' reports and committees, and the need for you to vote on how convinced you are that this application proves itself and protects the people WNC represents. Please consider that National Highways has form. Mr. Rivet's inspection report at DHL Appeal contains opinion that is unequivocal and highly relevant to this application. Paragraph 15, quote, the modelled traffic flows, journey times, delays and queues are realistic for 2031, which I envisage is unlikely to be much beyond the realistic date of completion of the development. So 2031 is a good proxy for opening year in the absence of a realistic opening year date. Para 20, I conclude that in principle, the increase in journey time stated and without further mitigation would represent a severe residual cumulative impact on the road network. At paragraph 21, Mr. Rivet crucially acknowledges that when later allocations come forward, e.g. this one, their traffic impact would contribute to the build-up to severe and therefore the conflict with the NPPF at paragraph 116. He's quite clear, in the absence of the strategic mitigation that is accepted as needed, he expects each development to mitigate its traffic impact at 2031 future year, i.e. that each application washes its own face. We know that neither AL3 nor AL1 Bell Plantation nor this AL2 application offer mitigation at Tove. They don't wash their own face. Developers' models confirm that there will be a severe impact that DHL mitigation alone cannot prevent. Any localized mitigation that may be required of this applicant based on future year impacts is not presented or addressed. Please bear in mind that the AL2 modelling report on the portal is based on survey data from April 2019. This is wildly out of date and surely not an appropriate basis for drawing accurate conclusions. There are problems with the opening year too. The available traffic modelling report sets the opening year as 2023, likely to be several years out of date before the proposed development is live. It also does not factor the AL allocations fully into its cumulative modelling. And in February 23, the LHA required that the applicant rerun the model based on an, at that time, updated 2025 opening year and inclusion of AL's allocations. As at January 25, it had not had sight of an updated report, even though in November 24, National Highways had purportedly signed off on a report with a 2025 opening year. There is no updated report on the portal. And there are problems with the unsignalised Toaster Road junction. The applicant's argument that leads with, well, it's not that many additional vehicles, misses the point. We're not talking here about additional load in a perfect scenario. We're talking about further loading an imperfect, you could say unsafe location, about which concerns were raised in the Meraki Road Safety Audit, Part 1. Despite all of this, National Highways has anchored its removal of objection, I'm not saying consent, in outdated and contested opening year analysis, whether 2023 or 2025, which does not fit the definition of opening year required by the Department for Transport
1 minute remaining.
01/2022 that it nevertheless clings to. Its November 24 response is more a statement of process than opinion, is incomplete and is certainly not unequivocal. Once again, National Highways gives no opinion and certainly doesn't justify its position. Compared to the other ALs, for AL2, the officer's report has little to say about the transport assessment. However, paragraphs 8.36 to 38 in the report are significant. They allude to notable effects at Tove and WNC having, quote, no confidence, significant concerns, and the continued risk of severe impact. Councillors, I would suggest that you cannot approve an application that has not satisfied DFT circular and NPPF requirements. This is your last chance to drive up-to-date, realistic, cumulative modelling that can provide a clear picture of exactly what will happen to traffic flow at Tove, and specifically the Toaster Road and its junction with Tove, and to assess what mitigation is needed. Please demand an updated modelling report that reflects a realistic opening year, i.e. well beyond 2025, updated survey info.
Could I ask you to draw your representation to a close, please?
The impact of all AL allocations and is consistent with LHA methodology requirements. Anything else is inadequate. What is the point of consulting authoritative local bodies if their very valid opinions are buried? Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee, please? No, thank you, Mrs. Grote.
Thank you.
Louise Croft, please.
Can you hear me okay? Tell me when I can start. There's lots wrong with this application, but the main four are: the Tove roundabout does not have capacity. This is the wrong location for an emergency hub, given the width of Toaster Road and the capacity issues at the roundabout. Lack of access for non-motorised users, and the employment offering is nebulous. Refusal today lies in the NPPF, para 116, because we know there will be unacceptable impact on highway safety, and we know the residual cumulative impact by 2031 on the network will be severe, because your own Highways Authority, National Highways, and DHL Planning Inspector have said so. We also know that AL1 and AL3 have been consented and thus guarantee increased traffic on a land-constrained roundabout. This is the core problem of this application, that it will contribute to significant capacity issues of the Tove roundabout. The geometry simply doesn't work. To which I use that roundabout every day. It's like playing Russian roulette, accelerating ahead of 3 lanes of oncoming traffic, steering around overhanging HGVs and trailers blocking lanes. It's busy and dangerous now, and if this application is allowed, it will be even more so. Which brings me to the proposed emergency services hub. Clearly the sweetener to make this application more palatable, but you'd be hard pushed to find a less suitable location. How does an ambulance get past queuing traffic on the Toaster Road? Where does that go? The grass verge? And how does that work with queuing HGVs? Ambulances would have to use the oncoming traffic lane and then try and cross the Tove roundabout safely and quickly. It's impossible. Put the emergency services hub at the SUE on the Relief Road, as originally envisaged in 2020, a far safer and suitable location to provide rapid access to all parts of the town and nearby hospitals. Now to safe and suitable access for all users, a policy requirement at the MPPF, SS1 and AL2. Where is a safe 3-metre wide pathway to Greens Norton, a potential employee source for this site? No such link exists other than a narrow, uneven track that terminates on a blind bend and means crossing over the road to Grass Close and then back again to the site. There is no continuity to existing networks as required by policy. Ask the applicant to provide extended maps and access proposals west to Greens Norton, not just the A43. Flood risk. Yes, the application won't cause flooding in isolation, but it's the cumulative impact you need to worry about, as warned in the 2009 Halcro report. The drainage report states Anglia Water doesn't have capacity to connect this site to main drains for surface water, and foul water treatment is via a Clargester into the Dunkirk Brook. Really? Dunkirk Brook feeds into the River Tove, a high-risk Zone 3 area. Employment. This application offers a car showroom. Well, there's one of those directly opposite and 2 others within a mile. A builder's merchants, again, one the other side of the roundabout and another at the Tove Valley, Screwfix. And we know 2 million square feet of B8 warehousing is coming with AL1 and 3. This isn't duplication, it's triplication in an area with one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. Doubtless the developers and planners will say it's speculative at this stage and the final occupants aren't yet confirmed. But you're being asked to sign off on precise parameters today. And the
1 minute
risk,
remaining.
the end user knocking 6 units into one. Please ask for more detailed market evidence from the applicant than the scant and obsolete JLL report, which fails to even mention AL1. And now you have the prompts to ask for further information from the applicant regarding the adequacy of the road and roundabout, the justification for the hub, safe NMU access from Greens Norton, and the type of employment proposed. Please ask those questions. The planners and the legal team will try and warn you off, claiming they won't be able to justify refusal at appeal. But that's no basis to approve. You are only storing up greater problems for the future if you do. Please refuse it on the policies I've given, or at the very least send it back to the drawing board. You should not accept it in this format. Thank you. Have you got any questions for me?
Thank you. Any questions from the committee, please? No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, can I ask Neil Smith to come up, please?
That work? Thank you. I'm Neil Smith. I represent Greens Norton Parish Council. Also represent a number of local residents, and I myself use the road, Greens Norton Road, on a regular basis, almost daily. The comments I've made from the parish council include concerns over sustainability of the development. particularly with the lack of any footpath provision towards Greens Norton. However, in this particular instance, my main concern and my comments today refer to the road and the impact on the road, the traffic, and the traffic through Greens Norton and surrounding villages that result from the development. We've heard that there is a significant risk of impact in 2031. However, this impact is supposed to be limited to the strategic road network. As anybody who uses that road, the impact can't be limited to the strategic road network. Any junction, which it says in the report, any junction fitted on a road makes delays. Therefore, there is bound to be an impact on that local road, resulting, without doubt, in delays for traffic joining the roundabout and delays for traffic leaving the roundabout along Greens Norton Road. The consequence of delays at the roundabout are felt acutely by anybody living in Greens Norton or Dunkirk or the houses between there and other routes to the A43. The main impact is the people who try to avoid the congestion, which is there already. We don't have to wait till 2031 for it, and therefore rat run through the village. And the application generally fails to address the potential impact on village and village transport networks. The information supplied talked about mitigation for disruption and the impact on highway safety. There appears to be no mitigation planned for the disastrous effects on village road networks. The effects of current traffic levels are already severe at certain times, and the long delays faced by village users to access the A43 and A5 and any additional traffic will only increase the severity of those negative effects. Traffic from Greens Norton already faces delays and long queues. That means that traffic queues build up at peak time. There is a blind bend as one approaches the straight part of the road, which goes past the existing car dealers. There is already circumstances where stationary traffic sits just behind that blind bend, and therefore traffic coming at high speed from the Greens Norton or Dunkirk direction does not see this coming. Currently, it is not unusual to see cars screeching to a halt there with queuing traffic ahead of them. They then turn into grass close to continue their journey. Not only does that affect the road safety of their journey going towards the Tove roundabout, when they leave and go the other way,
1 minute remaining.
They go back through Greens Norton and therefore create more problems in the village. There are already delays with car transporters parking on the carriageway at that point by the car dealer, which makes the road less than safe. There is no proposed footway for visitors or workers for the site from Greens Norton, therefore all traffic will be vehicles. The combined activities of builders, merchant, car dealers and warehouses will likely generate approximately 600 car movements per day and a lot of extra HGV traffic. The fact that this traffic is in the report suggests would be 10% for Greens Norton is completely missing the point. It's the 90% of that goes on to the Tove roundabout that is the problem. And of those car movements,
Could you bring your representation to a conclusion, please?
Certainly. It's the 90% which causes the problem. We already see vast numbers of people rat running through the villages trying to escape the congestion. The net result of this, traffic exiting the site will likely choose an alternative road if there's a large queue onto the A43, A5 junction. Anybody using the road from Greens Norton is severely disadvantaged with the additional traffic. More traffic will divert through Greens Norton and Dunkirk. Pedestrians in Greens Norton and Dunkirk, along with those from Towcester walking along the route, face greater hazards in road safety and decreased air quality.
Okay,
And
Mr.
the
Smith,
severe
thank you.
impact.
Can we wrap it up? How much more have you got?
2 lines. The severe impact of 2031 is recognised. However, we are starting to suffer these delays already, and it will only be made worse by the development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from committee, please?
Yes.
Councillor Pipes?
You mentioned the rat run through Greens Norton. Where are they going to?
Usually that come back to the A43 by McDonald's. So they come from, because of the congestion at the A43 roundabout,
yeah.
the sat-navs pick it up there, send them through Dunkirk to Greens Norton, through Greens Norton, where they either tail off towards Braddon to try and get on the A43 at Silverstone, or come back to the McDonald's roundabout if they're headed for the A43 there.
Right.
They have then to come down Greens Norton High Street, which presents all sort of problems of parked vehicles and vehicle access, particularly for HGVs.
Okay, yeah, that's hard going, that is, yeah, okay.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Harry Mellor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm speaking on behalf of Eastern Neston Parish Meeting to recommend that you delay any decision on the Woolgrowsfield application. For years, local parishes have fought to keep our rural character. Developers see our countryside as theirs to take, but it's not a resource for international land speculators. This isn't about not in my backyard NIMBYism. Over 3,000 new homes have been built in Towcester. People move here for the town's special character, but council planners had wanted to enforce expansion into open countryside that will ruin its appeal. The economic team sees Woolgrowsfield as an exploitable opportunity within the Oxford-Cambridge Arc and Motorsport Valley. But Towcester is a rural service centre, not a regional employment hub. Towcester's businesses rely on its role and success as a local service centre. The many small business parks in diversified farms are all part of our area's economic development plan and provide small-scale local employment opportunities. The 2011 Towcester Master Plan and the 2014 Joint Core Strategy Local Plan Part 1 provided sufficient employment development space to meet the town's future needs within the town. Very regrettably, the subsequent Part 2 local plan used false arguments to encourage developments like the Woolgrowsfield, which threatened Towcester's future viability. The previous administration avoided addressing the local plan's flaws, and today you have the chance to do so. The Woolgrowsfield application is supported by that flawed local plan. An allegation of a flaw related to an application constitutes a material consideration. As a planning committee, you must consider all material considerations. It would be undemocratic to not do so. I suggest you disregard the officer's recommendation to approve the application, acknowledge that a material consideration has been raised, and delay any decision until the facts are fully reviewed. I will provide evidence of the flaws in the 2020 local plan in a letter next week to the council leader, and I'll copy the Chief Executive, the Director of Planning, and the ward councillors. In the meantime, I urge you to defer the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from committee? Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you. Could you give us some indication as to what these flaws identified are? I mean,
Absolutely.
I can
Thank-
hazard a guess, but some indication would be useful. Thank you.
Whenever this has come up in discussion, it's been said that the planning officer, the planning inspectorate has seen and approved the local plan. But what is never said is that the planning inspector's report said, the starting point for my examination is the assumption that the local planning authority, that's South Northamptonshire Council, has submitted what it considers to be a sound plan. Soundness in planning terms is a very specific term. The case officer will confirm that. According to the National Planning Policy Framework, there are 4 criteria that a local plan must satisfy. If it fails on any one of those 4 criteria, then the local plan fails. And it's deeply regrettable that we've had to wait 5 years before we can have an audience that is not invested in.
Sorry, can we just make an interruption, please?
Can I just interrupt? The local plan, the soundness questions when they're considering a local plan, soundness is one of those things that the planning inspectorate would have considered when he determined to grant or make the local plan, whether it is South Northamptonshire's or the West Northamptonshire's joint local plan. So the planning inspectorate, at the time the local plan you're talking about was made, soundness would have been given consideration by the planning inspectorate. Otherwise, he would have not made that decision.
I'm most grateful for your interruption. Can I just say, this is what he said. The starting point for the examination is the assumption that the local planning authority has submitted what it considers to be a sound plan. That's in complete contradiction of what you just told me.
What is considered, if it's the planning inspectorate who has to determine whether what we have considered is a sound plan. Now, the final decision maker for local plans is that planning inspectorate. It is no longer us, because we make the plan, we consult on the plan, but the final decision was at that time of making these plans up to the planning inspectorate. So the planning inspectorate had to consider all the potentials to make a local plan, and for the local plan to be made, it has to have been considered by the planning inspectorate to be sound, because that was one of the considerations that was before him. Thank you.
You're absolutely correct, but I'm just reading from his report. And his report says, I'm assuming that the local planning authority has submitted what it considers to be a sound plan, not what I consider. At no point in his, you've probably read his, sorry.
I'm through you, Chair. I was the speaker. If it might be best if the speaker finishes his point and I answer at the end of it. Thank you very much, Chair. So.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. So the local plan has to be sound, and the planning inspector in his report says he assumes that the local planning authority, that's South Northamptonshire Council, has submitted a plan that is inherently sound. Now, the reality is that it wasn't sound, and I don't want to waste your time now. I'm simply suggesting that when I provide the information to your leader and to the senior officers of the council, they can pass judgment on whether the plan was sound. We can take some time up now. I can give you the examples of why it wasn't sound, but I don't think it's going to be necessarily very helpful.
Sorry, I'm going to go through my planning colleagues who actually dealt with it at the time, which might be better place. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I think at the end of the day, we have to be mindful that the plan did go through an examination process and was adopted, and the conclusion of the, I haven't read the inspector's report, but the conclusions of the inspector must have found the plan to be acceptable, and therefore the council adopted it at the time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Are you reading this one as well? Okay, so we have another letter from the local MP, Sarah Ball, and Diana will now read that out. Thank you.
The letter from Sarah Ball begins. I'm writing on behalf of residents from Towcester and the surrounding villages to raise my concerns in relation to the planning application going before the strategic planning meeting next week. Whilst I appreciate that AL2 is an allocated site within the local plan, I want to express my ongoing and continued concerns around the traffic implications of this site in conjunction with the other developments proposed. The application itself is for an industrial and commercial development, including a potential car showroom, builders merchants, and an emergency services hub, all of which will have a sizable impact on traffic and congestion around the Tove roundabout. There is already an undeniable background growth of traffic across this area, and National Highways has acknowledged to me that congestion in Towcester will worsen in the years to come. This can only be exacerbated by the Towcester Trade Park, due to be complete in Q1 2026. The forthcoming DHL warehouse, now in the process of being sold, I am informed, to Panattoni. AL3 with Towcester Park with IM Properties, and now this proposed development too. I would ask that in light of the future change of ownership of the AL1 site, new traffic modelling around AL1 needs to be carried out to reflect the differing nature of the offering between DHL and Panattoni. I have been contacted by hundreds of residents who are all deeply concerned not only by the congestion levels around the Tove roundabout, but also more widely around Towcester itself. Children will be impacted getting to school, business will be affected. Indeed, an existing business near the roundabout is questioning whether they can renew their lease given this issue. This cannot be the intention. We want to encourage local businesses, not force them away. The Tove roundabout does not operate freely and safely as it stands, let alone what will happen when all the developments come online. Junction exits are blocked, long queues are commonplace, and accidents are frequent, according to the police data. Ultimately, the congested Tove roundabout will see excess traffic being forced along not only the Towcester Relief Road, but also throughout the surrounding villages. Think of the detrimental effect from added congestion in Greens Norton, Tiffield, Duncott, Caldecott, Grimscott, Pattershall, Coldheim and Ascot, to name but a few. We know that sat-navs will try to redirect around the traffic, but that in itself causes major problems for our surrounding villages. We know the impact that the works for Towcester Relief Road roundabout cause for Silverstone due to sat-navs. This AL2 application proposes insignificant mitigation to the Tove roundabout. It is essentially relying on the DHL application mitigation for extra lanes on the roundabout and A5 North. However, this mitigation is designed to justify DHL's development only, not for AL2 or any of the other AL sites. It also uses a Bell Plantations provision of a wider pathway down the A5 past the Shell garage to access the relocated bus stops. Paragraph 4D of policy AL2 within the local plan part 2 requires provision of new footpaths and cycleways that link to existing networks and safe crossing points on the A43. However, there appears to be a lack of consideration on access from Greens Norton itself from the west, given the applicant's 3-metre wide pathway only is required to the east and concludes at the entrance of the site. What also will happen if Greens Norton entry to the roundabout rains without traffic lights? This is a further accident waiting to happen and already causes backed up traffic, resulting in delays of more than 20 minutes. As part of the DHL application, National Highways acknowledge the following. We note that there is potential for future cumulative impacts of totality of AL allocated sites at the end of local plan period to have a severe cumulative impact, which would adversely affect the operation of Tove roundabout. National Highways recognises that the mitigation proposed by the applicant, DHL, would be ineffective in mitigating the impact of this DHL's proposal. However, it is unlikely to accommodate the impact of the other AL allocated sites to their entirety. We would concur with the Council that it would be preferable to have a strategic mitigation to support all the AL sites and consider that in order to progress this approach. It is necessary to ensure that a jointly agreed approach between our authorities adopted through the policy. We welcome further working with your council on this approach. I still await a full explanation of what this strategic mitigation will comprise, when will it happen and who will pay for it. Paragraph 116 of the National Planning Policy Framework states, development should only prevent or be refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. My message to councillors, you live in this area and must appreciate that the impact will be severe. The impact of the developments I have raised are more than reasonable future scenarios. They are a fact. Indeed, I would challenge that the analysis has not taken into consideration the reality of having an emergency service hub which needs immediate access onto the road network at this point. If there is existing congestion, how will this operate when minutes and seconds are vital? We have to take action now in the interest of residents across the area. Please listen to the voices of those who live and experience these roads every single day. The data is being used to date is just a snapshot and does not reflect lived experience. We cannot underestimate the impact that this will have, not only around the Tove roundabout, but further afield. We cannot bury our heads in the sand. The traffic problem cannot be ignored and a holistic view must be taken. The cumulative impact is unacceptable and this application should not be permitted. I implore you to reject this application. Sincerely, Sarah Boyle.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stuart Tolley, can I ask you to come up, please?
Thank you for giving me the time to put across the views of myself and Councillor David Tarbon, who could not be here today. So I'm expressing the views of both of us in opposition to this application. We now find ourselves discussing the possibility of another major development in Towcester without knowing what the impact will be from the other already agreed developments. Your reports will talk about the impact on traffic and road infrastructure, with no evidence of what it will actually be like by the time the development is completed. The IM properties, DHL and Bell Plantation developments have all been given the green light, but work on either has yet to begin. We also have a development under construction on Old Tiffield Road. So how can we realistically judge the impact of this development without knowing the cumulative impact of all of these developments? In fact, as has been mentioned, the traffic modelling report is based on old and inadequate data. I would demand that at the very least we need new traffic modelling to take place, taking into account the traffic modelling report and traffic flow estimations for all existing developments that have planning approval. How can you as committee members be expected to make a decision on the suitability of a location on old data that doesn't take into account other agreed works? It amazes me that this could even be considered. All of these developments will be joined in Tove roundabout. This junction is already a very busy and tricky to navigate junction without these developments. With them, it will be chaos. Even with the minor changes to the road structure that have been proposed, it will not be enough. The fact is that this development is proposed to come out onto the Towcester Road amazes me. It is already incredibly difficult for traffic to get onto the roundabout from Towcester Road, and many residents of Greens Norton and users of Towcestrians queue and struggle for a gap to get onto it. How will HGVs from the proposed units cope with the limited time allowed currently? I can't see any evidence of proposed changes to the roundabouts, so as it is, we can expect massive queues and HGVs causing danger to other road users as they attempt to pull out onto the roundabout. A big question I have is why are we considering putting an emergency services hub here at all? It will be placed on a small road with difficult access to the roundabout. Why was this hub not proposed to the IM property site with easy access to a dual carriageway, both towards Towcester and Northampton, and also local access to Towcester? I hope people needing the emergency services are understanding of the extra delays that will be experienced due to the poor choice of location for this hub. Councillor David Tarbon and I have talked to many concerned residents who are worried about the worsening traffic situation in our town. Our town centre is already incredibly polluted, and we are reluctantly coping with daily traffic queues in and around our lovely market town. People are moving away as they can only see our situation worsening with the high levels of development being imposed on our town and the impact on their health. Doubling the size of a town whilst adding masses of industry without improving infrastructure to match is a disaster waiting to happen. To summarise, in its current form, the application should be rejected until accurate traffic monitoring that takes into account existing allowed developments has taken place. Other reasons to refuse include traffic safety concerns when it comes to access to the development to the Tove roundabout and the unsuitable proposed location of the emergency services hub. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the councillor? No, thank you. Councillor Charles Manners, please.
Thank you, Chair. Committee, I'm going to try and not repeat what's been already said before, but I'll put a local slant on the matters around this application, as I'm the ward councillor for Greens Norton. I use this road a great deal, and the site visit in the middle of the day, which sadly few of you could actually attend, was certainly not representative of the traffic using this road and the queuing access to Toaster roundabout in the morning and in the evening. I would fully support Save Toaster Now and Sarah Bull's letter, which have been articulated very well the impacts of this development will create, with a severe cumulative impact by 2031, if not before. Gaining access to the Tove roundabout with no traffic controls is not great and is potentially dangerous. And given that AL1 DHL have just been sold, there is a real need, as Sarah Bull said, to carry out a full strategic review. I also find it quite astonishing that our planning department proposed to you as a committee to support this application when WNC Highways in their report object and state so many points, which I won't read out for you as they've been there in page 70 and they've been articulated already. We should not, as a council, be supporting proposals which our experts and local residents know are going to be an issue. National Highways are letting everybody locally and nationally down. We know that the congestion on the A43 results in cars diverting through Silverstone, Greens Norton, Dunkard, and many other villages. This development will only compound the issue. Another area that I think we should be talking about is the linking of the footpath. Can I ask for the map to be brought up again, please? The site map. Committee, I'd just like to understand that the footpath proposed is to end here. There is no
Sorry, Councillor Manners, do you think you could take your microphone with you because people online are not going to hear what you're saying?
Sorry. I just want to be clear because I don't think the clarification on the footpath was totally articulated. The footpath is going to end here, coming from the roundabout. There is no footpath proposed here, and this is where the footpath ends currently from Greens Norton. So ideally, we would have a footpath that goes all the way down past the entrance, and so it could link in. And the other point I want to make to confirm is the garage opposite. The garage, the lorries delivering cars have to park on the road. There is no room for them to park in their own space. So in summary, I would urge you to reject the officer's recommendation using paragraph 116 of the NPPF, which states developments should be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual impacts of the road network following mitigation would be severe, which I think all the evidence suggests that this would be the case. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adrian Little. Are you reading this or is he doing this one? Are you doing it? Okay, we have representation from Councillor Adrian Little, which will be read out again by Diana.
The representation from Councillor Adrian Little, who's unable to attend the meeting. I would ask this committee to reject the application for development at Walgroves Field on the basis of road safety and congestion. The A43, A5 roundabout already suffers from severe congestion at peak times of the day, and the levels of traffic will only increase given the house building programme in Towcester, which is expected to see an increase in population from 10,000 to 18,000 people over the next 10 years. The A43 is a high-speed corridor for commuters, with road users impatient to get to and from work. This already presents a significant problem for traffic entering the roundabout from Greens Norton along Towcester Road. This road is not signal controlled, but instead has to give way to oncoming traffic. At peak hours, it is already very difficult for traffic to exit the road onto the road roundabout safely. It has been described as being akin to playing Russian roulette with cars. An additional increased traffic on this roundabout is only going to make the situation worse as drivers become increasingly frustrated about not being able to pull out of the road, which could lead to riskier driving and increase the risk of accidents and injury. I hope the committee will commit to undertaking a full risk assessment and survey at this junction before approving any further planning applications along the A43. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask James Briley to come up, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is James Briley. I'm a Principal Transport Consultant at Stantec, and I've worked on the AL2 Walgroves Field development for over 5 years now. I'm fully aware of the congestion issues on the local highway network, particularly at the Tove roundabout, and I understand the concerns about the cumulative impact of allocated development sites in the area. While Walgroves Field has been assessed alongside other sites, such as DHL Bell Plantation and land at Tiffield Lane, it is important to consider its scale in context. Walgroves is a relatively small development compared to these larger sites. In terms of traffic generation, it accounts for less than 6.5% of the total trips expected from all 4 AL sites. During peak hours, this equates to fewer than 2 vehicles per minute in each direction. To put it simply, whilst I speak today, the site would add fewer than 10 vehicles through Tove roundabout at peak times. As noted in the officer's report, the impact of Walgroves in isolation is not significant. Compared to AL1 and AL3, this is simply not a significant development in highway terms. Our traffic modelling has been rigorous and robust. We've used AIMS and MAG simulation software, the most advanced tool available to transport planners, to assess both the standalone and cumulative impacts of the development. The model has been independently reviewed by ACOM on behalf of National Highways and WSP on behalf of West Northamptonshire Highways, both of whom confirmed it is fit for purpose. Over the past 5 years, we've tested a range of scenarios, and in every case where Walgroves was assessed in isolation, the results consistently showed no material impact on the highway network. We acknowledge that when all AL sites are considered cumulatively, without mitigation, there is a significant impact. However, when the approved DHL mitigation scheme is included, alongside our traffic signal optimization, it shows that the residual impact of the cumulative sites on the highway network are minimal. There have been some questions around differences between our modelling and DHL's. Fundamentally, the models are aligned, but the key difference lies in how traffic signals have been optimised within the model. DHL's report highlights that they reduce green times on certain approaches at Tove Roundabout to avoid gridlock. What they have actually done is artificially reduce the capacity of Tove Roundabout in the model using traffic signal timings that are inefficient. We could replicate this in our model and produce similar results, but instead we optimise the signals to correctly replicate the capacity of the DHL mitigation scheme. This approach ensures the network can accommodate all AL sites without worsening conditions. This application has therefore shown that a cumulative mitigation scheme consisting of DHL highway mitigation, Toaster Relief Road, our proposed traffic signal optimisation, and our proposed sustainable transport measures, including new bus stops and wider footways, alongside the implementation of travel planning measures provided by all parties, will mitigate the additional trips generated by the AL developments. When modelled in combination, the cumulative transport impacts have been shown to be minimal. Concerns have also been raised about Greens Norton Road remaining unsignalised, especially with the increased traffic from AL1 and AL3. As part of our signal optimisation, we proposed increasing the intergreen gap between the A43 eastbound and the circulatory. Thanks to the capacity gains from the DHL scheme, this adjustment can be made safely, improving conditions for users of Greens Norton Road. Beyond traffic, Walgrowers will deliver significant improvements for walking, cycling and public transport. In contrary to some of the comments on the planning application, including from local MP Sarah Bull, this application will provide a new signalised pedestrian crossing over the A43 and a continuous 3-metre wide foot cycleway connecting the site to Old Tifffield Road, linking into National Highways active travel scheme. We're also committed to installing new bus stops on the A5 near Aldi, ensuring future employees are within 400 metres of public transport. Importantly, none of these active travel measures were factored into our traffic modelling to reduce car trips. This means our modelling represents a robust worst-case scenario, and actual impacts are likely to be lower. In summary, Walgrowers is a sustainable development with minimal highway impact. While it has been considered alongside AL1, AL3 and AL4, it differs significantly in scale and nature. It will deliver meaningful active travel improvements and contribute positively to the local area without placing undue pressure on the highway network. Thank you for your time today. I welcome any questions on highway matters. I also have Will from DPP with me to answer any planning questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, if needed.
If needed, yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Councillor Locke.
Thank you, Chairman. You said the impact will be minimal. Are you able to quantify that with any numbers?
Yes, I can. So in terms of average journey times on the approaches to the roundabout, in the AM peak in 2031, there's an increase on average of just less than 4 seconds. And in the PM peak, there's an increase of, on average, of 7 seconds.
Any other questions? Councillor Pipes.
Okay, so if everyone gets off at Aldi and they all walk up the road, will the crossing the A43, will the road be improved? Sorry, the crossing be improved because there's no.
It's going to be signalised pedestrian crossing across that, yeah.
And then beyond, so from the Shell garage. Yeah.
Across the A43.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be signalised.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any, Councillor Humphreys?
Thank you. Yes, just on the modelling, we've heard the MP and Ward Council view that the modelling data that things are relied on is out of date. Mentioned 2019 or something. What data is your modelling being based on? Thank you.
That's okay. I think there's a bit of confusion now on how sort of transport model works. So when it's built, there is a base model of 2019 data. but all of our assessing the development is a future year. So you add on your background growth and you add on all of the developments. So I know it was an issue for DHL, who relied on 2021 data, which is obviously after COVID. Now our data is pre-COVID, plus background traffic growth to get to the 2025 and 2031.
So for your purposes, it's always up to date because it's envisaging what each year will be.
Yeah, you're adding in sort of committee development and background growth, yes.
Okay, do you have any other questions? Councillor Pipes?
I get stuck on this roundabout no end of times, and it's showing red on Google Maps now, and it's like it most of the day. I can't understand where I know your figures. I'm not convinced. You've not convinced me.
So I think what we've got to take into account is obviously the DHL mitigation scheme as well. So at the moment, you're looking at the sort of the queues on the existing situation, and obviously their mitigation scheme, as sort of as outlined in the inquiry, more than washes its face, and there is more capacity at the junction. And that's not because they want to provide benefit, it's because they simply can't provide half a lane. They have to provide a full lane where it's needed.
Any other questions? No, okay, thank you. Officers, do we have any comeback?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Can the committee please move to debate the application, please?
I'm not convinced on the traffic flow, even if the roundabout is changed, has more lanes. I get stuck there forever. Sometimes it's quite hard work.
Chair, for me, can I ask us, have all traffic options been exhausted? And this is the final result, or are there any other options that have been put forward?
Yes, as I understand, the local authority have looked at a number of options with all of the developers cumulatively and in isolation with one another. And this is the position they've reached after extensive discussions over a period of years.
Okay, these I did see someone mention about entrance from the A5. Is that not an option neither?
That would be a matter for National Highways for them to discuss, because that's not something that West Northants have jurisdiction of. So whether the developers discuss that or not, I don't believe they have, but I don't think it's necessarily a consideration either.
I can possibly just add to that, just to say that I think that was explored with National Highways, and part of the issue is that the site's eastern boundary is relatively short, and obviously therefore you would be in close proximity to Tove Roundabout, and National Highways have minimum distances that they require between junctions in order to allow traffic from one junction not to sort of overspill immediately into another. So I think part of the issue would be that junction separation distance. It's not physically possible. The policy does allow for an access from either or, but I think having explored those avenues, the access from the Greens Norton Road is the appropriate access to use.
So any other questions from committee? Any debate points you want to come up back on or anything? We all happy to move on to the vote? Okay, can someone propose the application then, please?
Yes, Chair, I propose that we accept this, accept officer's recommendation and the conditions in the report.
Have someone to second that, please?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a proposal to accept the application of the officer's recommendation. Would you like to say something, Councillor?
Yeah, sorry. Can we, the recommendation being also that any vehicle loading is not on the Toaster Road. That must be not done on Toaster Road. That's the road leading to as it is now with the other car dealership, lorry drivers, they'll go for an easy option and they'll just park out there because it's easy for them to just drive off again.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a matter that would be dealt with at the reserve matters stage. And obviously the detailed layout and the parking and the turning requirements within the site would all be addressed as part of that detailed site layout at that later stage. You know, if those provisions weren't made, adequate provisions weren't made, then that would potentially be a reason for reserve matters not to be approved. I think the situation we have with the existing car showroom on the opposite side of the road is that that's a historic arrangement. So clearly that site's developed over time and doesn't necessarily have those facilities designed into it, whereas as part of the reserve matters application, we would be seeking to ensure that appropriate parking, turning, etc., was provided within the site. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, if members feel that that's something that they would like to see secured as part of any permission, officers could include a condition that stipulated that no loading or unloading was to take place within Greens Norton Road, you know, i.e. the road outside the site. And we could include that as a sort of clarifying condition. And stipulate within that sorry, my screen's just gone blank.
Yeah, so
yes, stipulate that that would be the expectation at the reserve matters application stage, that that was not to occur.
Chair, I'm happy to accept that as an amendment to my proposal, if that helps.
Thank you, councillor. That does help, yes. If we move on to the vote, please, all four. Okay, one abstention then. The vote is passed. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 7 in a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we'll just crack on with the next item. Right, agenda item 7, application number 2025-1993 MAF. Case officer is Eamon McDowell. So I'll hand over to him for to go through the application.
Thanks, Chairman, and apologies to all who've bearing with us. Thanks for your patience. Yeah, this application was subject to a site visit last week. For those members who attended, you will have had the opportunity to see Durft and its context and the context of the site itself. Very brief history. Durft was the subject of a DCO, which basically means Development Consent Order, and is allocated in the local plan. So the principle of development is established in terms of any aspect of the principles and highways matters and that sort of thing. So it's really been dealt with under its own particular merits, this particular application. In terms of the DCO, when that was granted, everything in terms of highways impacts, flood assessment, ecology, et cetera, were all dealt with at that time. The reason that this application is before you tonight is that the building that's proposed is slightly, it's basically beyond the parameters set by the DCO. So the main warehouse building that you see exceeds the parameters set by the DCO in terms of the low bay unit by 0.5 metre, in terms of the high bay unit, which comprises part of the main warehouse, by up to 10 metres. In order to mitigate the impact of that, it's been deliberately sited at the south-east corner of the site, where the cutting is deepest in terms of the relationship to both the bridleway but also to the M1, such that, and again, the papers that are circulating show sections across it, such that the building would only project roughly 10 metres above the highest point of the embankment by the M1. Those sections don't show the trees that are there, so in effect, when you're approaching the site from the south, you'll barely register in terms of its visual appearance. In terms of the wider visual appearance, the proposal has been judged to be acceptable. It is going to be noticeable. It is a high building. It is higher than set by the DCO, but given that the site is allocated for employment uses, there are no objections from any of the statutory consultees. Although concerns have been raised by 2 of the local parish councils, officers judged the proposal to be acceptable and set out in both the addendum and the conditions set out in the report. I recommend the application be approved, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? No? Okay, move on to speaking. Who is it? Caroline Musker, please.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Musker. I'm the Head of Planning at Prologis. Before turning to the application, I want to thank the officers for their exceptional work in bringing this proposal forward. Their hard work is a credit to the team and shows the planning system at its best. Following your site visit, you will have seen the scale, quality and ambition of Durft. In 2024 alone, business rates from Durft contributed 232 million to West Northamptonshire Council. This application is a full application. It is for a flagship next generation distribution facility for a nationally significant occupier and a household name already on the park. It will reinforce Durft's position as the largest strategic rail freight interchange in the South East Midlands at the heart of the UK's Golden Triangle and in the UK. Importantly, as Eamon's just advised, there are no objections to this application. Lilburn and Yelvertoft parish observations have been addressed and no statutory consultees have raised concerns. All matters are covered by the recommended planning conditions. Expanding on the officer's presentation, I want to focus on 3 areas where this scheme makes a real difference. Firstly, jobs and investment, design quality and sustainability. Turning to jobs and investment, this is a major capital investment in the local economy. It represents a £380 million investment of national significance. It will deliver 1,100 permanent jobs spanning a wide range of skill levels. The proposed workforce is anticipated to include 475 warehouse roles, 475 transport roles, and 150 administration and management jobs. Over 2,000 jobs will be provided during the construction phase, and it will generate £4.6 million annually in business rates, with a significant share retained locally to services, infrastructure, and community priorities. Secondly, high quality and considered design. This is a state-of-the-art distribution centre that sets a new benchmark for logistics design. The increased height, as Eamon has just outlined, is just 10.5 metres above the DCO limit on the high bay element and half a metre on the low bay. It is essential to house the advanced automation systems driving the occupier's next generation operations. As you saw during the site visit, the proposed buildings are set comfortably within the scale of the existing park and are entirely appropriate to their location. The design has been handled with care. The high bay section is deliberately positioned with a cutting alongside the M1, reducing visibility and allowing it to sit naturally within the established DERF skyline. The architecture follows the DERF design guide with refined massing, a contemporary palette of grey, ensuring it complements neighbouring consented buildings. Strategic landscaping frames the building, while native planting and high quality materials create an elegant and cohesive frontage. This is a building that balances world-class operational performance with a distinctive, well-considered visual presence. And last of all, sustainability. This is a best-in-class logistics facility. This will be the largest BREEAM outstanding building ever constructed in the UK, placing it firmly in the top 1% of all buildings nationally for sustainability performance. It will also achieve an EPC A+ rating. This means the rooftop solar panels will generate more energy than the building would use in operation for all of the energy uses covered by UK building regulations.
Just under a minute remaining.
Every parking space is EV ready with 10% fitted with chargers from day one, built to Prologis's measure, reduce, mitigate standards. It aligns with our Net Zero 2024 commitment and sets a new benchmark for sustainable industrial development. Sustainable travel is built in, dedicated cycleways, e-bike charging, repair stations, safe connections link this site to the wider DERF active travel network. The building is served by new bus infrastructure and sits within a park designed for integrated walking, cycling and public transport. In summary, this scheme is of exceptional quality. This is a rare opportunity to secure a scheme of this calibre and for this type of occupier. We ask that you support the officer's recommendation and help bring forward a development that will deliver lasting benefits for West Northamptonshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from committee, please? Councillor Gaskell.
Thank you, Chair. Am I correct in reading this, that the solar panel coverage is 12% of the whole building?
Yes, that's correct.
Why not more?
So I think as I outlined, Prologis has made a global commitment to achieve net zero by 2040. So the building has been designed to achieve the highest standards of energy efficiency. It will be low carbon in construction and we're targeting BREEAM outstanding. So the rooftop solar system's being designed to generate 100% of annual energy demand. And that means it will achieve an EPC A+ rating, which is the highest possible rating that it could achieve. We have designed the roof so the solar system can be expanded should the occupier require it. So in terms of an example for the committee that's familiar with you is the Cummings building at Apex Park. So Prologis secured planning permission for that building. We designed, built it, implemented the consent, and then Cummings came back to Prologis and asked for a further solar array, which was 1.6 megawatts. So there is an opportunity where we can have another conversation with the occupier, but at this stage, until they're in and looking at operations, we need to be able to size the array to the correct scale.
Okay, so effectively it's a bit of a sales pitch and you don't have to pay for the rest of the solar panels to get put on the roof. I'm plain words basically, isn't it? So the future occupants can come in and if they want more solar panels, then they pay to put the solar panels on and get more into it. I'm not criticising, I'm just asking, you know, is that the reason why you haven't gone any further?
No, it's not a sale pitch. It's because we've put on enough PV to meet the building's needs.
Councillor Manners.
Yeah, the question we get asked every village meeting, why aren't warehouses putting much more solar on? And is it the grid connection, which is part of the problem, or is it cost? But you are assuring us that actually in future, they would be able to cover apart from where there are daylight slits, they would be able to cover that with solar. It's just a question that comes up time and time again. This is huge, this building. We should be putting solar there, not on green fields.
Sorry, can I just interject? Unfortunately, this isn't a material consideration for this application. I understand your point and I tend to agree with it personally, but in future, I've been told it can, but at the moment, this is the limit of what they need to do.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer it. So the main issue in terms of the scale of the PV that we could put on the building is in relation to whether the grid can accept it. And that is obviously a challenge for any developer at the current time.
Councillor Pipes.
I'm happy to accept this as long as the solar panels are British made.
And unfortunately, we aren't allowed to stipulate where the solar panels are made. So, any other questions? Yep, Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you. You mentioned active travel routes. Are there any proposals to make proper cycling routes around the Durft estate to join Hulton Rugby, for example?
So there's already really good cycle connectivity around Durft already. Again, we've had further conversations about wider cycle connectivity. There's an opportunity with us and Yelvertoft to look at wider cycle connectivity outside of Durft as well. Sustainable travel and walking is already built into the proposals.
Okay, thank you. Cheers. The officers want to add anything?
Well, I've dealt with Durft for now on 20 years. So what I can say is, there's a limit to what we can insist on at the outset in terms of planning applications, planning policy, etc. What I can also advise is that individual occupiers and indeed Prologis have exercised their permanent development rights as regards PVs. So there have been applications under permitted development rights pursuant to those previous applications where the time is right, where they've actually utilised the roofs and put PV panels on there. In terms, again, of the cycle routes, the DCO at the time considered sort of the wider network, and indeed monies have been paid over by Prologis in terms of improving the connectivity back to Crick and also bridges at Crick, over Crick Canal, etc. So they are actively engaged in terms of promoting sustainable transport choices across not only the state, but in terms of connectivity to the wider villages, etc.
Okay, thank you. Can I move the committee to debate the application, please? Councillor Purser.
Chair, I'm happy to propose that we accept this. This seems to be an exemplary development, just the sort of development that will bring good quality employment into West Northants. It's connected to the rail network, which is excellent. I'm very happy that to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation on this report.
Do I have a seconder on that? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We move to the vote then. All for? Okay, and one abstention. Thank you. Vote has passed.
Could I just, as a committee, we should note the speaker's comment about the conduct of our planning department, and I hope that will be noted by the department in terms of the way we've conducted ourselves on this matter.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 8, urgent business, and none notified in advance of the meeting. So I declare the meeting closed at 18:56. Thank you very much. Can I ask that we clear the room as soon as possible, please? Because there is another meeting waiting to start right now. Thank you very much.